Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Back it free.
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Back and forth. another round?
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
another round?
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Hello and welcome everybody to day 5 of the Wildcard King series, Spring Season 2025. I'm your caster, Momad. Joined with me is Dash today as we head on further into the regular season. First of all, how are you feeling, Dash?
Yeah, feeling great. Feeling really excited on what's going to be happening today, especially for the matches that we have. I really want to see who's going to be winning, especially series number 2 is the most exciting one of these ones.
Yeah, series number 1, we are going to have Impunity going up against Team Max, and this is a very important marker for them because they are heading higher into the brackets. They want to get the top 1 and top 2 positions, right? Impunity cannot drop a game from this week onwards. This is already the middle of the pack. It's not early days anymore. We are already at day 5, and meanwhile for Ultra Rare and also Paradise Esports, I feel that Paradise Esports currently right now, they're playing for tournament life, right? They are very close to that 7 and 8 positions. And if you're 7 and 8, you just get relegated from the league.
Yeah, and most of the time, the problem with these teams that are in the middle of the pack is fighting against the stronger teams. Fighting against Fearless, Pause Gaming, and even Impunity is almost always going to be a problem. But for these teams in the middle of the pack, it's okay to fight against teams that are in the same level as them because it will be much easier, it will be less hassle, it will be a lot more fun for them. They could experiment a lot more because against the stronger ones, it's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, definitely. It's always about the strategies. But taking a look at the league standings that we were talking about, right? Fearless Esports, Pause Gaming, they are currently number 1 and 2. Pause Gaming yet to play the 4th game. Fearless Esports will be playing that 5th game today in the last series. Meanwhile, for Impunity Esports, right? They have lost a series, namely to the number 1 seed, Fearless Esports Hong Kong. And why number 1 and number 2 is so important? Because number 1 and number 2, they don't have to go to the dreaded play-in stage. They get seeded instantly into playoffs.
Yeah, that's why the 2nd and 3rd place are going to be important here. Impunity Esports and Pause Gaming, if they fought each other, this is one of the most important matches. So with the other teams here, number 6, number 7, Max and See You Soon are now in equal footing. But if ever they fight, they need to find a way to not go to the 7th and 8th place because they're going to be up for elimination if that happens.
Yeah, Paradise Esports very close with the -2 points as well. Today in the 2nd series, they will be playing against Ultra Rare Esports, right? And Ultra Rare Esports currently at the number 4, sitting ready in that position. Of course, they do need to secure a win today. If not, Paradise Esports, if they win 2-0, they move up to 4, and Ultra Rare will move down to number 5. So for the last game of today, we will have Fearless Esports going up against one of the Cambodian teams as well, which is namely going to be See You Soon. So See You Soon not looking too pretty in the brackets. The entire Cambodian region has been really struggling in terms of finding the meta, but it's more about learning against these better teams, right?
Yeah, they really need to learn and really fast because this is just a single round robin. So losing a lot more games is going to be really hard for these teams. So they need to find a way to find out on what they want to do here and how they're going to be winning. Namely, especially this first one that we're going to be having is Impunity versus Team Max. And we've seen how Impunity plays. They play it slow, they play it steady, but you won't be able to win against them pretty easily, except for Fearless Esports, which happened last week.
Yeah, and Impunity have a very good sense of the map control as well. Yesterday, we saw them pulling out the Lubu, and really, it just proved to be too much to handle. And Lubu, we always felt that on paper, it's very strong against the Byron because you go against the shield value, you start dealing true damage. But this is what you guys think, right? For the audience prediction, currently 60% of you feel that Impunity is going to win, and 40% of you feel that Team Max is going to win.
Yeah, I really love that people are still believing in Team Max, especially for this matchup. Impunity, remember, they were the winners of the last wildcards that we've had, and that's the reason why they got the Invitational Season 3. So this team is really strong, and they know what they're really doing. But Team Max, with the support of the fans, maybe this will really give them the push that they need to play better in these incoming games.
Yeah, and also it's all about trying out new strategies as well, see what strategies fits for your team. And I feel that most teams, they're still trying out, right? Does this meta fit my playstyle? Does this meta fit what I'm comfortable with? But looking at the roster of Impunity Esports, we have X-Hero on the Clash lane, Jimmy in the jungle, Xiaolin in the mage lane, up a monster on that farm lane, and Megumi as well, the MVP support of yesterday on that support.
Oh yeah, and this is what I like about Impunity. They draft really scattered recently. They really like experimenting on the drafts, especially for these kinds of matches. And I want to see more of that. If they experiment, they find that out, and maybe they could use it for some other matches, very important matches that they're going to be having moving forward. And I think Pause Gaming is going to be the next big wall that they have to face, which is going to be next week.
Yeah, and for Team Max, very good-looking team, as we said before. Kashibo
Yeah.
on that Clash lane, Vince in the jungle, Jofang in that mage lane, Chigiri on that farm role, and Hatashi on that support. And I really feel that, yeah, we were talking about them experimenting drafts, Impunity experimenting draft, but Team Max, right now, they need to really understand more of fighting against certain metas. For example, let's say the enemy picks an early, what do you do? The enemy gets a pay and Byron, what do you do? And most teams will actually give that away because they understand how to fight it. Now, Team Max, they need to find the understanding.
Yeah, and one thing that I want Team Max to understand is how they will be playing most games, because Team Max has this problem of hesitation. If they hesitate against the other teams, it's going to be a problem, especially this mid lane matchup that we have, Xiaolin and Jufang. This too, yes, look at the KDAs that we have here. It's also because that Jufang and Team Max have been losing most games. That's why we have more deaths. But it's still gonna be about how they will be really playing. The GPM is 643 to 516, a bit too far away also because Team Max has been losing their games.
Yeah, and still day 5, but already we have reached the middle of the regular season. So really the points here start to matter a lot. So Team Max needs a new strategy or a new look at the meta. It's going to be today and kill participation. You can see that Zhou Fang's playstyle is really more about joining the team. Meanwhile, Impunity goes for the macro gameplay, right? They go for the cross-map gameplays. They'll find the trades and they'll willingly give up lives on their players. You can see from the playstyle that they're willing to dive these towers and go head-to-head and just die for their teammates as long as they can get the objective that they're looking for.
And you can also see how they play, right? Because of the kills per game that we've seen there, we see Xiaolin not really having a lot. It's because he really just gives most of the resources to the farm laner, to the jungler, and that's why you almost always see them not having a lot of kills, but a lot of assists if you take a look at the score lines here. But let's take a look at this. This is my favorite part of every broadcast. Jimmy saying more like Team Min, because your chances of winning just hit rock bottom. Can you explain this to me? What does this
because
mean?
they're team maximum, right? Team max. So now they're like team min. So it's like, oh, you are team minimum because you have the minimum amount of wins compared to us. And Hatashi's going like, yeah, today's our day, not yours. But well, talk is cheap, and of course, we'll have to prove that in the gorge for both of you guys. I mean, Jimmy, you called them team min, sure, but I mean, oh man, these players got the banter, man.
That's true. I love this. I love this, especially if the players are saying this even before the broadcast, and they also watch the broadcast looking at this banters that they both have. This is very, very great to see. But again, Team Min, or rather Team Max, sorry, versus Impunity. This will be a matchup that I want to see, and I want to know who's going to be winning this.
Yeah, definitely very important, especially when it comes to the banning and drafting phases, whether or not you take away the key utilities of that team as well. And for that global ban pick, right, you can't really pick up that same heroes again. So, of course, no drafts can be recycled for your team. So once you pick it, it is locked in for that series. You will not be able to pick it again. But for the bans as well, it's more about denying the combinations available between the combos as well. And I really love this, that the players are all gathered together and just thinking about what to do.
Yeah, and very excited to see. This is what I want for our players, right? Seeing them play together in one table, talking with their coach on what draft they want to do. And while that's happening, we're already starting with our draft. Impunity will be starting this on the blue side, and they're going to be starting this with a ban.
Yeah, and they take out the Luna. We see the Luna being taken out very heavy-handedly by a lot of teams. And of course, if you leave that in the pool, most of them just pick it up. So I'm guessing like for this WKS, for this wildcard series, Luna has been the namely hero to either
Yeah.
pick a ban out. Meanwhile, for Max, they go for the other assassin junglers, which is namely the
Ooh.
Pei and the Jing, which leaves the early available for Up. And you know Up is a monster on this hero.
Oh yeah, up with the Arlie. Zheng Fei is gonna get picked up. My Shiranui is open, so they can pick that up for the side of Team Max. But they didn't opt to go for it. They just secured their Diren Jet together with Zheng Fei. So with this, they do have some ways of fighting against Impunity. But the classic combo, the Arlie and the Diadea, is gonna be hard to deal with.
Yeah, Arlie Diadea and the Mai Shiranui,
no.
all tier S picks across the board. That's a lot of poke damage coming out for the side of Impunity. And I'm very surprised that they still went for the Diren Jie, despite the fact that there's an Arlie on the other side. Yes, sure, the Diren Jie has the range when you compare it to the Arlie, but the Imperial Order, right? The ultimate coming out from Diren Jie can be very easily countered by the Maple Dance, the second skill from that early, which will potentially just nullify the entire ultimate.
Yeah, but if he times it right, actually, it will be working out. But also, I'm really surprised about the Lady Sun to get picked here by Zhu Fang, especially if it's against a Mai Shiranui. This will be a really hard battle, especially you don't even know who's gonna be the junglers on the other side. Most of the time, you pick the Lady Sun, if ever you see an Ogren, you see a tank jungler on the other side already, but they picked it up even with a lot of movements from the side of Impunity.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobility from the side of Impunity. So Team Max, I mean, they are scared of the potential dive coming through, but it feels like they're reacting to something that's not even there. Yes,
Yeah.
they do pick up the Agudo for themselves, very aggressive jungler. But meanwhile, for Impunity, they can actually go for the Dun here, right? They can go for a defensive jungler if they wish to do so, and then just turtle up. The Dun, of course, will be falling prey to the Lady Zhen by quite a bit, but I feel that for Impunity's playstyle, they either want a frontliner or
Yeah.
just go ham with an assassin jungler.
Yeah, they really need a frontliner here that could help the jungler. I think, yeah, a Charlotte would be good if ever you're going to be fighting against anybody in the clash lane at this point. And a Menke is also good because they need a frontliner, as you said, and there's a lot of access to the backline here with the composition that Impunity built.
Yeah, the Dream Realm, very good tool to disrupt the Agudo, especially when he throws out his fur ball. You don't want the damage coming through from the Agudo, so you need that backline access. But for Impunity, with the Charlotte, they have a lot of backline access already, and that Charlotte is going to be an extremely disruptive factor when it
Yeah.
comes to these team fights, right? Because it accesses your backline so perfectly, especially if you can't shut her down in the early stages of the game. So they pick up the Sunta to try and match the rotations. The boat set sail, very good at also counterplaying that Charlotte as well. You can knock him up, but yeah, I still feel that the execution, the level of ease, it's easier
Yeah.
for Impunity to hit their win conditions compared to Team Max.
Honestly, this composition is just easy to work with. I mean, you have a lot of mistake tolerance from this composition. If you make a mistake, you could just back away, which I like about Impunity's comp. But Team Max, yes, they have a lot of ways to crowd control the members right here of Impunity Gaming, and they do have decent damage, but it needs a lot of setup. Their setups need to hit, because if not, it's gonna be really hard to take down, because Impunity could go for a very different style of attacking. They could just go scattered around, attack you in front, and all your combos are not gonna hit them.
Yeah, I mean, the combos are also very vital when it comes to this game. And of course, for the side of Impunity, a lot really relies on the main key, relies on the both coming from the Mai Shiranui as well. But they, at the same time, right, the win condition is getting the farm on up as much as possible. So they're probably looking forward to that. Meanwhile, for Team Mac, they have that kind of similar playstyle. Diren Jie, he actually scales very late into the game, so that might work out for him.
And if ever this works out for the team, what I like about the Diren Jie pick is if it's against this, but looking at the top side, they already are looking. Look at what Megami is doing. Forcing out a lot of the resources here so that they won't be able to fight them.
I mean, there's a very early aggression coming into the jungle. Megumi already scouting out that Crimson Furball, right? And this is huge because that Furball is not that huge of a threat, especially in this early stages of the game. And Agudo, one of the fastest clearest, is left uncontested. But Up is already here as well. The entire team roster of Impunity, barring the Maestro Nui, is already here. Kashimo in that back line. He's being knocked out by 3 people. He falls extremely low. Up, he's dancing around. He gets the first blood onto Vince, get counter killed. But jungler for a gold laner, that's definitely going into the favor of Impunity at this stage.
Yeah, and remember, Up also stole that red buff a while ago. Yes, it's on the hands of Ju Fang right now, but they weren't able to get that XP for Vince. But now there's a fight again.
Yeah, I mean, there is Hatashi and falling extremely low. And Megumi, he has been doing such a great job of providing that vision, right? Consistently just wrecking the enemy jungle, making sure to keep a marker on that Agudo, right? Make sure that Ben's movements are always tracked and ruining his far pattern.
Yeah, what I like about the diarrhea thing is how they will be having a lot of vision and a lot more movements along the river is what they're gonna do here. And that's what I like about this pick. Even the Yu Huan does the same, and Megumi is doing it the same here for the side of the idea, which is why it works out pretty well for the team. But right now, it's looking like Team Max is really struggling to find something here. They are getting stolen left and right. Xiaolin is right here doing the fight right now. They got the knock up, they get the kill. Ju Fang was able to flash away. They're pretty much safe at this point, and they are just gonna be taking some more of the jungle here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both teams looking to really aggress into the enemy jungle. And this is a very important marker, especially before that sub 4 minute mark, getting those buffs away. And you can see that consistently Jimmy is applying this pressure on the Crimson Golem. Team members are here. Furball has been released. There's a number of sustain, but already in the back lines, the Charlotte is going to be a problem, and he's still a problem as Minky gets the finish onto Joe Fang. Joe Fang will not be left from Team Max. 2 for 0.
What a great play here from the side of Impunity Gaming. Just going outside the backline. Look at Xiaolin. He was able to get onto Vince, onto Ju Fang, so that they won't be able to deal their damage. And the other members of Impunity were just going for that Crimson buff so that they won't be able to contest it.
Yeah, and this is an honest 5-on-5 that's consistently being lost to Impunity because they just have the better rotations. They just have the better micro when it comes to these team fights. You saw what Up was doing. He was 1v2, and he still managed to take out Bins. That just led to a slow roll. Now, 2,000 gold advantage. This is not very big, but Impunity, they're living in that Crimson buff area right now.
Yeah. Just gonna add to your point there, they just have better heroes. That's what I want to say. Because in the early game, these heroes that they have are very strong. And that's why they're contesting everything that they can. The Diadea, the Maestro Nui, their damage in the early game will be really hard to deal with, especially if you have heroes like this from the side of Team Max.
And now there's a gift code available for you guys, so definitely go to your HOK app on the bottom left, click on the menu, and then you can claim this in your community bar. You can see that CD key icon available. But already 4 minutes into the game, right? Tyrant is out and about. Team Max, they do have that pick control first, but Jimmy is here with the Dream Robe. He's 1v1ing Joe Fang, and that's not what you want out of your Lady Sun. Furball extremely low, already knocked up. Vince already super low HP. Xiaolin first to fall. Chigiri doing a lot of damage here, but the rest of the team members of Team Max are extremely low, and Diadea will find the finish. Chigiri has to scramble for his life, but Up will try and get the finish. A sliver of HP. But doesn't matter. Impunity wins the grand battle.
Yeah, at this point, there's nobody on the side of Impunity, or rather Team Max, that would be able to kill Jimmy once he is in front. And we've seen it a while ago. Ju Fang used his ultimate even when the fight didn't happen because he had to protect himself, and that's why he didn't have that big stun in that big fight that we've seen there.
Yeah,
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Coming out from Impunity, and this is what they're known for, right? Just denying away your enemy objectives. And if you think it, before the 4 minute mark, where is the objective? Well, you see these buffs on the map. These are minor objectives that help you win the game. And by Impunity consistently denying that, Team Max, they don't have the access to the resources, they don't have the buffs to take those team fights, which eventually leads to them losing more and more team fights and gold as well.
Yeah, and you see it here. The level gap that we've seen from Jimmy and Vince is just really high just because of the advantage they got just from stealing all those camps. And Vince has been struggling to find something on most of his fights bot side.
Blue team has
Already
slain an enemy.
running Kashimo. Oh my god. He just gets obliterated on that bottom lane. This is not what you want to see, right? At 6 minutes into the game, Sun Tzu, you should not be dying 1v1 to the R lead, but up. He's got the frenzy. He's got everything up. He has the doomsday already, so he's dealing a lot of damage.
And he's so ahead. He's level 9 and Kashima's just level 8. That's why you know that he's on such a big advantage if you have advantage against the Clash laner when it comes to the levels. Right now, top side, they're cutting off all the rotations here from the side of Team Max so that they can push top side.
Yeah, there's a lot of segmentation going on. Impunity, they're playing the top side of the map together with X Hero, and they have the pincer movement if they wish to collapse on this middle lane turret here. But, of course, bottom lane turret has to be dealt with as well. So definitely, they will be looking for an opportunity, but denying away space is Jimmy at all times.
Jimmy still in the blue buff. Might be a fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, still, I mean, there is a lot of poking and prodding. If Team Max continues to take the fight, it's not going to end very well for them. They need to take it under the turret, but at the same time, they need to manage the lanes. And Kashimo, he's on that on the top lane.
Yep, going for the top side, but the bot side has been taken down already. Look at this cutoff that they're doing here so that they can push the mid lane. This is a smart move that Impunity is doing, and they're just denying the space out of
Blue
Team Max.
team has destroyed
Yeah,
a
and the
tower.
lanes are already being dealt with. The pressure was so deep from the side of X Hero on the top side that Kashimo couldn't handle it for the next 1 minute. Now, if they go for this engager, Team Max, they are royally in a horrible position, right? Because, look at the creeps. They don't have the turrets. They don't have the creep pressure. If they take the team fight, Kashimo is too far. That set sail is not gonna reach in time.
Yeah, it was really hard for them. Looking at the team fights here, they are looking for this push onto the mid lane. But look at the backside. Shaolin, whoa!
Instantly bursted down. Very good team fight found from the side of Team Max, identifying that, yeah, we see Charlotte in that back line, but now with that set sail missing, right, they did get the Overlord, and that was a worthy trade. Megumi for an Overlord? I mean, I would take that any day.
Yep, honestly, that is already good here for the side of Impunity. They're just really making sure that even after any kills, nothing is going to be taken here by Team Max. Using the teleportation circle onto the bot lane is very smart so that they will be able to get the push here. Look at where Shaolin is positioned again. He's just cutting off anything that they want to do to rotate around the map. They have to go the long way every time.
And they're always worried about the knockup coming from the Kachosin from that Mai Shiranui. So at any time, at almost a very far range, right, Xiaolin can just poke you down and just potentially end you.
Wait, it's looking like they're finding ways to get onto the mid lane here, but Shaolin is just going for the back line, and there's nothing that Julfong and Chigiri could do against him.
Yeah, the setup is just not possible, especially with the consistent poke damage being brought out. And Up also can play this game, right? When Xiaolin and Up are together, there's gonna be even way more poke damage. And it seems like this is gonna be the case. This tier 2, they are already losing it, and now this tier 3, it's gonna be the exact same story here.
Yeah, look at that damage. 1/4 HP of Zhu Fang, just one Kachosin that he used here. And now, 10 minutes into the game, we're getting close to that shadow variance on the objectives, and we're close to getting these towers on the mid lane, or rather the third tier towers down.
Yeah, I mean, tier 3 Furball has been used. He still has abilities available, but Vince, oh no, you cannot frontline like that, my friend. You're not the frontline yet. And for Up, it was just so simple.
Oh man, he thought the Blood Rage was enough. He wasn't even able to pop that Blood Rage because he was not expecting that damage. Kashimo might be in danger in the bot side.
Yeah, he has a set sail to get away, but he doesn't even have time to pop it because Up and X Hero, they just deal insane amount of damage right now. They're gonna get the Shadow Tyrant for free, and with that, this means there's a definite guaranteed tier 3, especially with the way that they're handling the lane pressures, right? You can see that they have managed the lanes correctly. Now all 3 creeps waves are pushing in.
Yep, they're pushing really close. Right now, Jufong has his ultimate, so if he uses this, he might be able to clear the wave here in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely very important for both of them. But now that Furball already being committed just to defend here, it is not enough, and it is a very key utility being used. This will highlight that Impunity, they can go for even more here, right? Because that Furball was used, now they know that that initiation, that knockup is not available from the side of Team Max. They are just going to continue applying the pressure.
They're forcing the resources out of the side of Team Max here, and looking at it, they even used the Disruptive Deluge just to clear up the wave in the mid lane a while ago, and Impunity found that an opportunity to just push the bot lane tower, and now even with Primal Bond, they don't even care. They're just gonna be getting this Overlord while they have the Primal Bond, and they might try to take the mid lane and the top lane after this one.
Yeah, let's just be realistic here, right? 10,000 gold advantage, 11 minutes into the game. Team Max, well, it's time to start looking for either a segmented team fight or Impunity's mistake, because for Team Max, it all relies on Impunity's mistakes. And now for Impunity, this is just about not getting caught. Xiao Lin consistently poking, he might be a target, he might be someone that you can look at, but the thing is, Jimmy, he has been doing such a great job of consistently pressuring together with X Hero.
Yeah, and Kashimo needs to get a good set sail. If it gets a good set sail onto the backline, could be a good way to start the fight that they're looking for. They do have the good amount of damage though, but the problem here is, how are they gonna get that team fight? Because Impunity has not been giving it to them. Now, last push, this is gonna be the Vanguard, they can go in.
Yeah, Vanguard already up. This tier 3 will be given from the side of Team Max. They are looking for the team fight, managing their utilities a lot better now, not just throwing it out just to defend the turret. They want to go for kills here, right? And potentially, yes, they can turn this with the set sail and the Furball, but look at the poke damage they are receiving. Vin's already half. And this is the level of poke damage coming out from the Mai Shiranui and the Arlie. This is why almost every single team bans out the Mai Shiranui and the Arlie as well. So with that level of poke damage, even Zhang Fei, he cannot stand in front. Hatashi half HP as well, falling extremely low. A nice little Kachosin will find him. Now this Crystal is naked and under threat. Maple Dance has been used, but with the Dream Robe, he finds a double knockup. Kashimo out of the game. The Crystal still exposed as well, but they go for the heroes first. Hatashi extremely low, but the Crystal is already down. Impunity get the first game of the series.
What a great game here from Impunity. It's not as fast as how Pause Gaming do it or Fearless Esports does it, but they did it really, really systematically, like the Impunity gaming style that they always do. And winning this is honestly something that they do expect as a team, and the victory is gonna be there. So match point for these guys and an advantage for this series.
These guys are clinical, right? These guys are just mechanics, and it's when you're playing against Impunity and when you're playing against Pause Gaming, the difference is Pause Gaming keeps fighting and they keep shoving into their faces, and you're like, maybe we can fight back. But when you play against Impunity, it's more like, how are we gonna fight back? Because they're not giving us a chance.
Yeah.
And for Impunity, it just seems like a very tall obstacle to overcome. But of course, if Fearless Esports, they can overcome Impunity, I'm looking forward to the eventual matchup of Impunity versus Pause Gaming.
Yeah, that is honestly one of the best matchups. That is going to happen next week, if I remember correctly. Yes, it's going to happen next week. So I'm pretty excited how that is going to work out for both of our teams. But again, I want to see how Impunity will be improving moving forward, because they have been showing pretty good signs of just having this slow, systematic gameplay that everybody hasn't found out yet, except for Fearless Esports, because they lost against them.
Yeah, and it was close games as well, right? It could have been any one series. And of course, meanwhile for this, Impunity had a heavy hand in the advantages. The map advantage, net worth advantage in terms of rotation, in terms of movements, and just looking at itemizations alone. Up he was dealing so much damage. Shiguri, eventually, he did get the Daybreaker, but at that point, Binz, he had been proven to be redundant. His frontlining ability was undermined by the poke damage coming out from Xiaolin and from up. Hatashi, he didn't even get a good Unbridled Outburst out because there was just so much poke. He was half HP.
Yeah, and they were just so much ahead here on the side of Impunity. An 11k gold lead at that point in the game was really devastating here for the side of Team Max. But with what we've seen here from Team Max, they really hesitate on most of the decisions that they have to take. Yes, there's not really a lot of deaths from them, but it's mostly because it's just Binz and Kashimo just throwing their faces in front of Impunity. That's why they died. But the other members should think about how they're going to be following that up whenever they try to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities that they could not find because consistent pressure was always available. And for Team Max, it's back to basics, right? Learning about lane pressures, learning about dealing with lane pressures, and about rotations as well, right? They try to match the rotations, but at that point, it's about also understanding your power spike, because at level 1 to level 2, when Impunity is invading, especially with a Diadea and a Menki as well, and a Mai Shiranui, they are all level 1 and level 2 power spikes. At level 1 and level 2, they have low cooldown spells that can be poked from afar. Meanwhile, for Team Max, they don't have that similar poke potential. So what do? Instead of taking the fight, you go to the jungle and try and take their jungle creeps instead, right? Counter invade where the enemy is not at. And they couldn't find that level of rotation through.
Yeah, and it was so hard for them to do anything after that, because with the invasion that they've been doing for Impunity, it's really most likely, especially you had the early rotate onto the mid lane and the Baisher and the Wii onto the bot side, and you have like a man advantage already at that point in the game. And most of the time in level 1 fights or level 2 fights, you need somebody who can deal DPS as consistently as they can compared to a burst damage, because at that point in the game, it's not gonna matter to burst somebody if you don't really have that much damage. And the MVP of this game is gonna be up, and you talked about how good this guy is. A KDA of 313, a damage of 18%, and a total gold of 24%.
Yeah, this dude coming in from China up, he has been a key factor for Impunity so far. He has been unmatched in that farm lane, of course, taken down by Fearless Esports, but still, he's proven to be extremely consistent, right? You give him any farm lane, he's going to kind of destroy you with it and still find the farm regardless. Total gold 24%. I mean, it just shows how much of farm he can get, even when X-Hero, even when Jimmy are proxying, they're getting the waves in. He still can find the farm in the enemy side of the map. And yeah, his rotations are just extremely good.
Yeah, and he was just very independent the whole game. He was just fighting 1v1s against anybody on the side of Team Max. He was not afraid because he knows that he could get away anytime he wants to, and he can win that fight confidently. And they were just so much ahead. That's the reason why they can get away with a lot of things on their side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely both sides, they had, I would just say, Impunity right now, they're just feeling themselves right now. And with the draft that they got at the start already, Arlie, Diadea, Mai Shiranui, these are top tier picks, right? Team Max giving that away, yeah, maybe you want to learn how to play against Arlie, maybe you want to learn how to play against a Mai Shiranui, but definitely this wasn't the case against Impunity.
Yeah, and again, Impunity, this is still a very big challenge here for the side of Team Max because they're still going to be fighting them another time. They learned with their bodies in this one because they lost the first game, but in the second game, it's possible for them to maybe turn around, think about what they need to do, think about what else they can fix in order for them to improve. If they're not going to be winning this one, but think about what they can improve so that in the next games, they're not going to be losing.
Yeah, and of course, for Impunity itself, it's about not dropping any games as well. So
Oh,
from
yeah.
this day onwards, you're not going to see them giving up or trying new strategies anymore. They're going with the comforts. You can see that from the get-go, they already drafted an extremely strong draft from themselves, right? When you have the Arlie, Diadea, and the Mai Shiranui, anything else could be good. Even if you put the Sun Ce and the Dun on the clash lane and the jungle as well, that could have been a viable option. Now, it's about finding those kind of cores from the side of Team Max. Team Max, they open up with Zhang Fei and Di Jie, but they went with the drafting route of going with a Lady Zhen. What I feel could have been a lot better for their drafting pattern is something like an Yi Xing, where the Unbridled Outburst together with the World is My Board, it's a very good control option, especially for that level 4 engagement, especially when you have the ultimates.
Oh yeah, especially that they drafted a lot of mobile characters on the side of Impunity. Picking up a Lady Zhen is not good. Honestly, you don't pick her against those. You pick her against tank junglers most of the time, just because she will be a great counter against those heroes. But against these composition where everybody has movement, the Destructive Deluge, it's just gonna lose a lot, not just half, a lot of its value in most fights.
Yeah, and the mobility has been a key factor for Impunity so far. You can see them using the Pei, you can see them using the Mayin, and all of them, it has been the ability to traverse the terrain. So for Impunity, you need to understand for Team Max probably, how do we impair that movement, right? I mean, Nuwa being one of them, with the Dolia, maybe you want to kind of disrupt. And we've seen Fearless Esports do it with that disruption lineup, right? Having that Lung, having that Dolia, there's a consistent disrupt for those mobile members that Impunity really love to play.
Yeah, I think Angela also has been a pocket of Fearless Esports that you don't usually see in other regions. And I like that. I like seeing an Angela getting picked just so that they can surprise the enemy team, and how good Yin was playing it in Fearless. But this time, for these teams, maybe, just maybe, Team Max could adapt that and use that for themselves so that they would be able to mimic what Fearless Esports did to win against Impunity.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Max right now, they're on the ropes. They do take out the Luna, but for Impunity itself, right, they don't really care about what Team Max wants to do. It seems like they're just going with their own core playstyle. So for Impunity right now, it's now strategy number 2. Maybe we go for the Pei Byron, but the Pei is banned. And Team Max does a good job of picking up on that. But for Impunity, I feel that they still have a lot of things in the playbook. And you see that book on that table, right? That is the playbook that the coach always has. I love it when a coach has a playbook.
Yeah, that's a literal playbook. The coach has it. Every time you'll see it, everybody. If you're like in an on-site event, you'll see the coaches have the book or the notebook that they have, just so they will know how to be drafting according to what the team wants and what the other team wants. And this is what you want to see here. Team Max, they're going to be answering with the Lung. And as you said, they were looking for disruption in their lineup a while ago. But picking that up is very safe also, which I like. But on the other hand, Adolia and Dun, a classic combo we're seeing here from the side of Impunity.
Impunity don't care about the disruptions anymore. It's like, oh yeah, we played against Fearless Esports, right? And we got disrupted. Now we picked something that cannot be disrupted, which is the Dun, right? The Dun has to control immunity when he's actually casted that Unruly Blade as well. So a very good pick coming out from the side of Impunity. Team Max, they go with a Sakir. Sakir is a bit slower, and they open with a Mai Shiranui. So they open themselves with a poke option as well. I really like the draft coming out from Team Max, actually.
I like the Sakir together with Maestro and Nui. What I like about the Sakir is the movement around the jungle and just being able to go for invades pretty early in the game together with the Mai. I think Team Max needs a bit more of an aggressive jungler here, just so they would find a way to disrupt Jimmy as fast as they could.
Yeah, definitely. It's about trying to disrupt that middle laner. But for Impunity, that's Shouyue pick. Now, what's interesting here is that the Shouyue has been very good in the hands of KK, right? You can see KK from Fearless Esports, he's been playing that Shouyue to a very high degree. And what's making it work? Because they always pick the E-Sing together with it. But Shouyue itself, he has an extremely long range. Something that you need to worry about in the Shouyue is more of the survivability. If you have the ability to jump the backlines, Shouyue just suddenly becomes a lot weaker.
Yep, especially if you're fighting against a Mai and Sakir, it's gonna be really hard. They drafted this just so they have like an insurance in the late game if ever this game goes long, because looking at the Dharma, looking at the Dun, they want to make sure that the early to mid game will be smooth for that Shouyue, and that's why they have picked that up. But Team Max, what jungler are they gonna pick against that Dun? Because most assassin junglers really struggle whenever they're fighting against a Dun. A Guan Yu is good. They can disrupt the backline, they can go to the backline as fast as they could, and a Kaiser is honestly one of the best here, so that they could really go toe-to-toe with this early game matchup against Impunity.
I think Impunity just pick up the E-Sing or Lady Sun. Oh, yeah, Lady Sun
that's
here.
Good.
Okay,
that's
okay.
good.
Right.
Yeah.
Lady Sun really good against the Kaiser. Because, yeah, there's a lot of ability to just consistently just disrupt and even burst the Kaiser down, right? You have to control immunity, yes, but you don't have damage immunity.
Yeah, this is the right way to counter, right? Picking up the Lady's Turn in the last parts of the picking is honestly pretty smart. When you saw the Guan Yu, when you saw the Kaiser, you know that Guan Yu wouldn't be able to get his bar up whenever a destructive deluge has been thrown on him. Which is why it's just such a great counter if ever he tries to die the backline. But looking at the composition overall, Team Max almost mirrors what Impunity had during the first game. They have a lot of invasion in the early game, which is good. They can do that and maybe find a way to disrupt Jimmy in his own jungle.
Yeah, and I just feel like for Team Max, they went in with a very greedy draft where they're trying to cover the best of everything, but now they have been countered out from the side of Impunity. So really, Impunity's drafting after day 5, they are now on point. Mechanically, when it comes to drafting, I see no mistakes here. So for Impunity, it's a very hard game for them to lose, just based on draft alone.
Really surprised that Team Max didn't even bother to go to Jimmy, even after they saw him a while ago. Oh no, the sprite has been smited too. That is just unfortunate. But again, with this is gonna be going in favor of Impunity. If they're not gonna try to go and invade the members here of Impunity, Jimmy will just have a good time, get to level 4, and they already lost that window that I was looking for on their composition.
Yeah, and that window of timing is really at the level 1, level 2, especially if you want to stop Jimmy, right? When he has the Unruly Blade, he has that disengage ability. And now Joe Fong, well, what you gonna do about Jimmy now? Because that wind slash is gonna knock you up 2 members with that combo coming out for Xiaolin as well. The bounce is going through in the back line. Joe Fong finds himself extremely low. Now hitting level 3. That's gonna be a free invasion.
Yeah, look at this. They have low HP. They're gonna go for an invade because they didn't got invaded, so Jimmy is just free to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's about guarding this Azure Golem secure, all hands on deck, able to find something in the backline. Hatashi, however, has to disengage. Kashimo falling extremely low. Very good target prioritization coming out for Impunity, but Team Max, they hold on to the Azure Golem, and they hold on to the resources. Better management than game 1.
But remember, Jimmy got the Lizard a while ago, so that's still a win here for the side of Impunity. Everything that they can get, everything that they can deny against Spins is gonna be good. Right now, Jimmy is still hasn't cleared his whole wave, his whole camp, so he will have level advantage later on.
Yeah, level advantage definitely going the favor of Jimmy already. He's level 5. Kashimo yet to find his level 4. X-Hero already has his truth mantra, right? Coming into that 4-minute mark, already Impunity, they can go for a very heavy-handed invade. They're looking for that timing where Megumi is able to pick up that Celestial Melody, and somehow this entire lineup becomes double the dangerousness, you know? It just becomes way more dangerous.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard here. Hatashi, look at him. got hit by a wild wind. He's already super low. And looking at the movements right here of Impunity, with a 1k goal lead this early in the game, it's all because of what Jimmy did a while ago. He's still going to be trying to go for that invade, and Team Max doesn't have any idea that this is already happening. Denying small resources would just balloon to a bigger one later on in the game.
Yeah, taking the 1v1, Jimmy Windslash doesn't find its mark as of yet. But, I mean, at this point, you can see, right? Kaiser, any day, you should be able to take a 1v1 against Jimmy. But now that it's a level advantage given by the lack of resources, there's a clear power gap there.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard though. It's gonna be hard to fight against him. Look at them, invading. Everybody's on the same page. They're going for that. Gonna take this Azure buff for free. Oh, they got it.
Azure buff, I mean, taken from the side, but launched up will be Bins. Kaiser, his invincible warrior is already used, and now Kashimo unable to do anything, knocked against a wall, and X-Hero will get the finish, and also Bins will fall for trying to save his teammate.
Great combos coming in from Impunity, denying Kashimo with the Ocean of Tears. Bins wasn't able to move out. Nobody was able to get any damage onto Jimmy during that whole fight. And this is the threat of Adon in this early parts of the game. If he gets a level advantage, he's just gonna bully the other jungler.
Yeah, definitely for Impunity right now, it's going to be a slow roll. They have the 2,000 gold advantage. This is, a Tyrant steal coming out from Team Max. Hints of life. That silver lining is there. Now they have the Tyrant buff. They just have some breathing space right now, right?
Yep.
Impunity, not having that Tyrant buff is way more important than Team Max stealing that. Because Impunity, if they had that Tyrant buff, right now, it's just not a good look.
Oh yeah, just looking at the replay a while ago there, it was just so good. Every skill that Impunity needed to hit, it was able to hit. And it's so hard to play Guan Yu against this composition. Megumi just using Ode, you're not going to be able to build up the meter every time because you're getting slowed and the meter is just going to be slowly going down.
Yeah, and it's more about Kashimo versus X-Hero right now.
Yeah.
For Kashimo, it's more about just stopping that truth mantra. Yes, you're not gonna get that bar charge. You're not gonna get your Razor Cavalry, but it's about making sure your team doesn't get hit. But the trap coming out from Jimmy Windslash onto Bins does not get a chance to go near that Azure Golem. Oh my god, Jimmy, absolute cinema.
Oh man,
dealing with Azure Golem.
He was just bodying him. Every time he tries to get close, he can't even. He's getting knocked up. He can't even get close. He's getting slowed down. Oh my, it just feels bad for Bins, but I hope he would be able to come back from this mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane, I mean, there's the Dolia consistently knocking up Hatashi. Chigiri is there, but he's not enough. Not able to find it. Xiaolin gets knocked up in the back line. Razor Cavalry is in. Team Max, they might turn this, but Up is around. Now X-Hero goes down as well. Hatashi eventually falls, but Up is around right now, and Kashimo eventually falls to the Wild Wind.
What a play coming in from Hatashi. Gave them some signs of life here from the side of Team Max. That flash Mulbear power was their lifesaver. Now Ben's gonna try and go.
Yeah, Bins, he might just be collateral here, trying to overextend, but they don't find any semblance of damage onto Impunity. Gotta be wary of that Wild Wind, man.
Oh man, the Wild Winds hit 2 targets and that was a double kill for Up. What a great setup here from the side of Impunity. This is why it's scary to fight against Up, because any time, or rather any hero he brings out, he's gonna be performing perfectly on it.
Yeah, and Hatashi, he did get a great catch onto Xiaolin, but Xiaolin is not going to be the crux of their lineup, right? Xiaolin only stops Kashimo, and for them, the main source of damage right now is still on Up, and it's always going to be Up. So for Team X, it's more about finding where Up is, and the ability to dump the back line, it has to be used on Up and Up alone.
Oh yeah, and also for the side of Team Max, their win condition here is to find a way to burst down the backline. I think Zhu Fang and Kashimo's roles here are very, very important. And even Hatashi, if ever he has Flash, they are going to be important parts of how they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, this middle lane turret, not going to be long for life.
Oh, no.
Does still have the catapult, eventually gets taken down. Of course, they do get a trade on that top lane. Chigiri trying to macro it out.
Oh no, I think he's going to be seen here. So I think Hatashi is just going to try to maybe... Wait. Not gonna work though.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, let's get away.
Yeah. Look at where they're positioned on the side of Impunity. they're positioned on the bot side jungle, and they're trying to find information. But because of that, they already found out where everybody is on the side of Team Max, so they can try to maybe push the top side because they push the mid lane close to the second tower, so that they won't be they need to react on it.
Yeah, and for Impunity, well, they go for the goal that has been sitting on that top lane turret has been answered for. But I like Kashimo's movements, right? As the Guan Yu, you're expected to do this, just create chaos, proxy across the map, create more lane pressures, and try and get advantage while your team is defending. Now, with the rest of the team already here, Impunity, they try to go for an engager, but X-Hero, he spots out Kashimo's movements. Now, Chigiri nearly could have lost his life.
Oh man, that was pretty scary. The wild winds are hitting every time. It's really scary. But Chigiri,
yeah, already popping the
Kashimo
infinite
though?
vastness, has to go out. Now Kashimo gets a huge knockup on the back line, but he's extremely low. Xiaolin has to passive up X-Hero. He's in the thick of things. Zhou Fang already down. Binz, he's 1v5 at this point. He's not gonna survive. Double kill coming out for Xiaolin. Easy as pie, and they will get that tier 3 turret.
oh no, Team Max had the right idea. Kashima was cooking, but he got cooked himself. Impunity was just able to stop him, reacted accordingly, tried to kill Kashima, but now backline though.
Yeah, backline, I mean, not going to be a huge problem. They just want this tier 3 here. Going for extra kill might just be an overextension, and I really like Team Impunity's discipline when it comes to this kind of things, right? If you take a look at this, infinite vastness, Chigiri was 3/4 of HP, and he could have actually used it to re-engage. If he went in together with Kashimo, that would have been a lot of damage onto Impunity.
Oh yeah, if ever he got it, I mean, Kashima is going to be an important part, as we said. If ever he finds a good flank in this game, this could really be turned around, so they need to really wait for that right timing. But Impunity has been reacting pretty well, and that's why it's so hard to do. They just need to do this again and again, and maybe it works out next time.
Yeah, and with the Unruly Blade already, Hatashi in a lot of danger.
Okay.
Able to jump away
Had
into
to
the
flash.
bush. Had to flash out, and that's a huge utility. Now that backline jump, not available. Kashimo still trying to find a semblance of a team fight, but his team members are extremely low. He shouldn't do it right now. Impunity, they get the Shadow Tyrant for free.
Oh man, the Tyrant is just there. It's just for free for their side. Team Max, they need to decide on how they're going to be using Kashimo's presence on the side lanes and find a way to get no vision and be able to flank so that they would be able to get the shutdown goals. The shutdown goals are going to be important here.
Yeah, Unruly Blade on with Zhou Fang, as that is the key poke member of Team Max. With him out, Impunity are free to do as they please. Has to use the infinite vastness to get out. Spotted Xiaolin coming from a mile away, right? With that disruptive deluge, potentially could have killed him there. And now Chigiri does not have it to use for the next team fight.
Oh yeah, Kashima also in front in guard duty into the mid lane, but they have to find a way to go to the back line here. Impunity could end this anytime they want to. Right now, Up is already in prime position to do this.
Yeah, and Kashimo, his movements are being matched by X-Hero.
Oh, wow.
And look at this, the chase down coming through. Truth Mantra, slamming him against the wall. You have a horse, but I have a fist, my friend. And fists are stronger. Oh my god, Dharma's fist, man. It's extremely scary. And Unruly Blade now being used to actually try and get into Bin's face. If he can't frontline, there goes the entire team fight composition of Team Max. Now, they really want this, but they don't have any more minions left. Yeah, a minion wave will be crashing in, but it's going to be easily handled. But with that Truth Mantra onto Chigiri, that's a huge kill coming out from side of Team Impunity. Now, Impunity, they can go for the finisher. Right now, Jimmy, he's buying so much space. Make that a lot of kills, but the crystal is already falling.
What a good placement also in that destructive deluge so that they won't be able to get even close to the backline so that they can finish the game. Impunity! What a masterclass of macro for these guys, and this is as expected from this team. They have been really good. You also told how they play, like how KPL does it, but they need a bit more polishing. But we are seeing brilliance coming in from Impunity, and this is good to see.
Yeah, Impunity right now, it feels like there's no time to try out new drafts. There's no time to try out new strategies. Let's go with something that we are assured to win. And they have been drafting to a T at that point, right? Even without the Lady Zhen, their lineup was already very strong. But the Lady Zhen last pick was the icing on the cake. You pick the Guan Yu, you pick the Kaiser. Yeah, we just counter that out with one single hero on Xiao Lin, and he did an extremely great job, man.
Yeah, they weren't even able to do anything, especially when you're fighting. She's everywhere. The Shaolin was on the whole fights that they have been seen, and that's the reason why it was so hard for Kashimo, for Bins to do anything in most of those fights. And that is how you pick. That's how you think about the draft. Impunity just knows how to deal with it, especially for that last pick.
Yeah, I'm an Impunity fanboy here, right? And Impunity, where was this when you were going up against Fearless, right? Why? I mean, why couldn't you play like this? And now that you lost the series, you can't lose any single one. Especially the most important one will be pause gaming. And for Team Max, what does this mean? They are further down in the brackets because they lose points, -2. But as we said, there are winners and there are learners. Hopefully they come back the next time around when they're fighting other teams that are not Impunity. They will have a better show.
Yeah, they would need to think about what they do next year for the side of Team Max. Yes, losing against the stronger teams is okay, especially if it's against Fearless, Pause, and even Impunity. But against the other teams that they have to face next, at least use this as a learning moment so that they would know how to deal with the other teams.
Yeah, in terms of skills, when it comes to mechanic and micro, it feels like Impunity, they have a very big gap in when you compare it to Team Max, right? But even about the simple things like communication, about joining team fights together, it feels like Team Max, there's a bit of a communication gap as well, because I felt that there are a lot of times where Kashimo is trying to attempt something, and for Chigiri, there was not enough follow-up damage coming through. Zhou Fang, he was not in position, and for Team Max, this has been the entire story. It has been the Kashimo show, and I feel that Kashimo, he has been doing a lot in those backlines, which are extremely macro-intensive and extremely high level, but his team, he can't really match up.
Yeah, there was really nothing like a support system for Kashimo whenever he was trying to make a play. And that is the reason why it is going to be a hard journey for Team Max moving forward if they won't find out what works, when should we start fights, when should we take the battle. They need to think about that every time. But again, the stars of the show, Jimmy, he was the reason why it was so hard again for the jungler, for Bins to even play this game, because he started to go for that invade with 27% damage taken at 43%, and a total gold of 22%.
Malaysian man Jimmy, man, this guy, addition to the Impunity roster, just seems like the perfect timing, the perfect fit right now, and it feels like they have found a bit of synergy, right? When they're playing together, it really feels like, yeah, this is a team that you need to watch out for, even if you are an international team, even if you're a champion, because they're looking to get the ticket to go to KWC, man.
Oh yeah, and also just to add a bit of a fact here for where did this guy came from? He came from Black Shrew. If you know Black Shrew Esports, he came from there. That team who is really the strongest so far in the major leagues. I mean, except for KPL. But again, this time you can see the highlights that we've seen from that whole game. It was a lot of things that they need to go for. You've seen some moments of brilliance here from the side of Team Max, especially the Hatashi and Kashimo making those plays. And they just have to think about it after.
Yeah, and I really like the movement from Kashimo here, but the wasted utility coming out, right? Zhou Fang, he had the correct idea. He was in it with the rest of them. But if you take a look at Chigiri and Hatashi, it just feels extremely disjointed. They were extremely worried about Up's Wild Wind charge at that time. And really, at that point, it's more about just committing into these team fights. And really for Impunity, they just make it seem like they were much of a lesser team when it compared to them.
Yeah, it's just so good for them. I mean, this is what I like about Impunity Esports, is how they play. It's always, what do you call this? It's always great to see whenever Impunity plays, because you see them not really just thinking about what they need to do next. They find this, and then they find another objective on the other side of the map. That is how Impunity has been playing, and has been the reason why they have been the best in the wildcard series before. But now, other teams have been catching up, and they have to think about what they have to do next.
Yeah, and it's the wild card series, right? And I feel that for the next the next match that we're gonna see, these are the two wild cards in this series as well. Ultra Rare Esports and Paradise Esports. They're really much of an unknown name when it comes to this. We've seen them play for 4 days already, but for Ultra Rare, it seems like they get better every single time they play. Yesterday, of course, not too good because they were going up against Pause Gaming. And for Ultra Rare, how do you bounce back from that, right? Currently, you have the record loss of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. The second Tyrant hasn't even spawned. Yeah, so Pause Gaming, they took that game in record time. For Paradise Esports, well, they did win against one of the Cambodian counterparts, and now they find themselves at 5th place. So it's going to be kind of even, I would say. Even Stevens, 50-50.
Yeah, literally in the middle. Both of these teams are 4th and 5th place. They are literally in the middle of the pack, and they have to find a way to disjoint themselves from each other.
Yeah, definitely. Because if you're 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place, you will go to the playing stage. And when you play the playing stage, well, what that means is you're gonna play. Yeah, well, you're gonna play, and if you lose, you don't get to go playoffs. Only 4 teams get to go to playoffs, and starting for playoffs, if you win the play-in stage, you go against the top 1 and top 2 seed. So you go against potentially Impunity, Fearless, or Pause Gaming once again, right? Yeah. And once you lose that, you go to the losers bracket. So it's hard. It's hard. It's a really hard league, but it's really about not even about finding who the champion is. It's about building the community. It's about building the region. And the meta seems to be getting a bit stronger as well.
Yeah, and I want to see what's going to happen here next for our teams. But before that, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into series number 2.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings.
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Wildcard King series week 2 day 2 of the spring season. But before anything, I'm your caster Moman, and join with me today will be Dash. We'll be taking you guys to game number 2, series number 2 actually. It will be Ultra Rare Esports going against Paradise Esports. How are you feeling today, Dash?
Yeah, very excited for this matchup. This will probably be the longest game that we have today because these two teams will need to find a way to break themselves out of the middle of the pack, because whoever loses here, actually if Ultra Rare loses here, they're gonna be in the same spot as Paradise Esports, so they would need to break that for their side. It's either Ultra Rare goes up more or Paradise goes up in a way here. So this is gonna be an interesting match. I would love to see how Ultra Rare has developed out of the 3 games that they've had.
Yeah, and Ultra Rare going up against one of the giants yesterday, right? Yesterday, they took on Pause Gaming, and of course, they didn't have a good time. It was a 2-0 scoreline, and of course, 6 minutes and 50 seconds. I gotta say,
rough,
a lot of you guys are rooting for Ultra Rare Esports today, but I really hope that they don't keep that in their hearts, and they just bounce back today, right? Because for pro gamers, you are always gonna lose certain games, no matter what. You got to take the L's with the W's, man.
Yeah, that's true. You can learn from those L's, you can learn from those mistakes, but Paradise Esports, they haven't, I mean, fate hasn't been really great to them. It's because the last games that they've had, they fought against Fearless, they fought against Impunity, and the only other game that they've had, which they won, was against See You Soon. So we really don't have that big of a gauge on how strong this team is against middle of the pack teams, because they haven't fought any of them yet. So that's why this is the time for them to be a contender. This is the time for them to fight. But let's take a look at this team first. Ultra Rare Esports with Y20, Kenny, Lifo, Flick, and Law. This team has a tendency to rely on Kenny, but they need to find a way to make sure that Kenny will be able to actually carry in this game. Kenny rhymes with carry, so it is expected for Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, and I was really amazed by Flick's positioning as a farm laner. His spacing is extremely good, and Leafo's damage on that mid lane is also very well done as well. And they are always known to fight together as a team. But meanwhile, on the other side, we have the likes of Paradise Esports, the Laos representatives, right? We have Yusong in the Clash lane, 919 in the jungle, Belby on that middle lane, and Tom on the farm lane, MZK on the support. Paradise Esports, they had a win against See You Soon, but as you said, they haven't found much success when it comes to fighting the big boys, fighting the top three. And it's always about fighting the top three that I look forward to. Now, this is a stepping stone. If they can take Ultra Rare Esports down, Ultra Rare Esports, you can think of them like Impunity's little brother, right?
Oh, yeah.
And for Paradise
yeah.
Esports, well, it's about overcoming that region difference as well.
Yeah, and I do think there's still a lot of promise here for Paradise Esports. They haven't really fought against a team like this, against Ultra Rare Esports for the 4th place squad. It's important for them to cement themselves on where they are in the scoreline here. But Y20 and Yusong will be shown here, and you can see the difference in the KDA, even if they lost most of the games. Look at the KDA. Yusong has been looking really good with his KDA in the GPM, so you could definitely say that Paradise Esports has what it takes to fight against a team like Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, but of course, in my heart of hearts, I'm always rooting for my Burmese boys. And Ultra Rare Esports, they are all 5. Like, all 5 of them are from Myanmar. So I'm very happy to say that we have a localized team right now. For Ultra Rare Esports against Paradise, I'm pretty sure Paradise Esports, they have a lot more international experience, right? Yusong, he's playing with the likes of 919 and also Tom, who previously have went to international events as well in the open split series. So for them, they have much more of drafting experience, much more hero versatility. They've played longer matches. Right now, we're only seeing best of 3s, but in those tournaments, they're best of 5s, best of 7s.
Yeah, it's way harder, especially that we adapted the global ban and pick. So having best of 5s is really just going to be showing how big of a hero pool you have. That's why it's really important for you to know a lot more heroes in the games. And as we move forward, you try to experiment a lot more. But hey, this is my favorite part of the tournament. It's them just having this ban. There's Flick, Paradise, forget about it. It's you are okay. It's sure. It's URE. Okay. Good one, Flick. I love this.
And for 919, he's just here to tap buttons and look cool doing it, you know? Yeah, he's just a chill guy. I love 919 so far, you know? He's been really chill. His banter has been really, on the down low. It's like, yeah, respect. I'm just here to chill, play some games, play some HOK. And for Flick, yeah, I could see the fire coming out from you as well. But for Ultra Rare Esports, really very big marker, Paradise Esports as well. Today, it's about really fighting a team that we think are both at similar power levels when it comes to the drafting, when it comes to hero versatility as well, and when it comes to the time on the scene, right? For Ultra Rare Esports, they're a bit newer. This is a new iteration of Ultra Rare Esports, but still, for Paradise Esports, it's also a newly put together roster as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a key match, especially for Ultra Rare, because this could show how they can constantly dominate peers at the same level as them rather than just surviving against the top 3 teams. Because at this point, the top 3 teams are there. They're cemented at that top 3 spot. They're going to be the only ones defeating each other, but the 4th to 6th place is going to be important for the other teams because they are going to be fighting for those positions. And Paradise and URE, they have a chance to prove it in this game alone, or rather in this series alone.
Yeah, and the ban pick is underway, but of course, the only stakes here is just a ticket to KWC. It's not that too big of a deal, just represent your region on the international stage. Of course, that is the highest level of glory that you can get in this level of gaming, as well as the $20,000 prize pool that is also at stake here. So guys, they want the good seating. They want a good show for themselves. Even if you don't make it to KWC, it's about improving as a team because this, guys, will be the regular mainstays that you will see fighting in and out.
That is true. And again, here you can see Pei getting banned against the likes of URE. Kenny plays a lot of the assassin junglers, so you do expect the bans here. Probably a Luna or Jing is gonna be next here for Paradise Esports. And yeah, Luna and even Pei has always been one of the bans here in the WKS. Even the other regions has been adapting to these types of bans and just add the Arlie and the Meister Nui with it. But Arlie is gonna be open, so Paradise can pick it first.
Yeah, they banned out the Diadea instead for Ultra Rare Esports, right? So instead of banning the Arlie, banning out the Diadea, what does that mean? You take out a critical hero for the Arlie, and now for Ultra Rare, it's like them saying that we rather play against the Arlie than the full combo of the Arlie and Diadea. Sure, we're gonna give you guys the Arlie, but we're gonna pick a Zhang Fei and a Dharma for themselves. Paradise Esports with a very nice counter pick here. You see that E-Sync pick? That E-Sync pick could have been an extremely good pick for Ultra Rare Esports, given the fact that they have a Dharma and a Zhang Fei, right? Unbridled Alphas, Truth Mantra, amazing.
Yeah, but always, this is what's good about Paradise Esports drafting it, the Yixing, the Ogren. Ogren counters or rather Yixing counters to Ogren, so picking that up actually really helps you set up plays for yourselves also. But the Lady Sun is good, especially against the Ogren. This is what's good whenever you're picking her third. If you already see a tank jungler on the other side, pick her and you're already set for life because Ogren is not going to have the best days.
Yeah, Lady Sun really hinders the movement of the tank jungler just because of the damage that you can deal. The Disruptive Deluge is not something that a tanker can just walk past and ignore. But for Ultra Rare Esports, they want to take away the control immunity factors of the Lian Po, especially when you play against the Lady Sun. That Tremor Smash is still an option to dive the back lines. Yeah, you can fully tank it, you can fully peel it for your team, give up your own life, and then make the space for the Arlie and Ogren as well. So that's an extremely good ban. But for Paradise Esports, they're looking to take out the tank junglers from the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, they're really making them lose all the options here for the side of Ultra Rare. Menki together with the Dun probably would be a good ban, but the Direnjie has been taken out of the picture so that they won't really have any choice here except to pick a Chano. If you think about it, could be a good counter against the Arlie. That's the only option that they have here for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, I would think a Dun channel pick for Ultra Rare Esports is really good. Yeah, it's really good at this point. They should be going towards that angle unless they want to play the assassin jungler angle, right? Kenny really loves those assassin junglers. And now you have a pseudo assassin, pseudo tank, right? Best of both worlds coming out for Kenny. It's an Agudo, so it fulfills the role of the sustainability. It fulfills the role of the damage as well. So you have damage going to the late game, so you're not very reliant on flick.
Yeah, and also a good counter to the Ogren, has always been just because of that wild growth. And you're going to be having a hard time getting close to the side of Ultra Rare with this, but having a buy-in together with a Sakir just gives a bit more sustainability for the side of Paradise Esports and already good access to the invasion that they want to do in river control for the side of Paradise. But Ultra Rare, what choice do they have except to pick the Chano so that they have the combo here together with Agudo to have that fast push?
Yeah, I mean, Chano here would seem really good in terms of the macro capabilities, but the Zhang Fei and the Chano, I feel that, yeah, they don't really pair that well, but definitely you can look towards another angle. Yeah, I feel that Marco Polo, not too bad as well, right? Having a bit of team fight, going for the best of both worlds. I can see where they're coming from. Have a bit of team fight, have a bit of mobility, have a bit of sustainability.
Yeah, and one thing that you want to do when you have picked the Marco Polo, especially with this type of composition that they built, they do have a lot of setups for him. That's also a problem in itself because you have a lot of setups, you are prone to make mistakes. And making mistakes against this comp from Paradise Esports is gonna be hard because they could really capitalize on those mistakes.
Yeah, there's no trial and error coming out from Ultra Rare Esports. A lot of the spells that they have are all committal spells. So as long as you miss your target from the side of Ultra Rare Esports, well, it's going to mean death. Meanwhile, for Paradise Esports, I would say that they have a lot of fallback factors, right? You can make a certain amount of mistakes. If you fail to get a catch, there's always a way to get out.
Yeah, and that's what I like about these types of compositions. Mistake tolerance is always going to be good on most compositions in Paradise, or rather Ultra Rare, risking it all.
Yeah, now we have game one of Series 2 of today. Paradise Esports from Laos going up against Ultra Rare Esports, a fairly new organization as well, making them a team to watch. And I would say, like, yeah, they've been doing quite well during this Wildcard Spring series.
Oh yeah, they're really doing well. Wait, 1-2-0. Oh no.
Yeah, Y20 falling extremely low, but Yusong might be the one in trouble. He goes into the turret range. The first blood going the way of Yusong here, as that was a slight misplay.
Wasn't even level 2. He was able to flash away, but Law might be in danger. Never mind.
Law. Oh no, Y20. I mean, he has the launch pad. He has that lane priority now, but that first blood still really favors Paradise Esports at this point.
Yeah, especially if it's against a Mai Yin. Losing against her this early in the game is just gonna go with the flow, and she wants to snowball the lane most of the time, and that's why she wants to get that win. And getting that will make Y20's life a bit more miserable, but really still workable for Y20.
Yeah, and Paradise Esports, of course, the only Laotian representatives. I feel that they have a lot to prove here, especially going in as the sole representative of their entire region, right? Entire country as well. Now, Kenny, he has that furball going in. The rolling is here. And Kenny, he's going to provide a lot of map presence compared to what the Ogren gives. Yes, he does have the path passing, but 919's damage at this point is still slow sustained.
Yeah, check out the gift code, everybody. Right there down at the bottom, course mobilization.
Yeah, and speaking of the bottom, it's at the bottom, right? 3 versus 2 right now. Tom falling extremely low, does not have the level 4. But the thing is, Flick is not level 4 either. Fever Barrage could have been a threat factor. Yeah, Y20, 919. He's trying to invade here. I mean, Lifo, he spots it out, does not have that level 4, going to reach it extremely soon. That Disruptive Deluge is a key factor of whether they win this team fight. Lifo hits that level 4 already. Now, with that, Paradise Esports, they shouldn't be taking this team fight because they might get shredded down if they continue to stay here.
Yeah.
Very good disengage coming out.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard, especially with Y20 in the area. Look at this, 919, just doing it again, gonna try it.
Yeah, the board has been set up just to keep them away from that Azure Golem. 919 gets that steal, and Ultra Rare Esports, they lose that Golem for now. But surprisingly, right, Y20 has done a great job of coming back into the lane.
Yeah, and actually that's really good. With what we've seen there that Paradise Esports is doing, denying resources from Kenny, getting that level... Wait, ult?
Yeah, I mean, that Unbridled Outburst was just to secure that creep. Make sure that Tom doesn't get that creep. I mean, in that early stage, you're not exactly team fighting, especially with the Augur, because you can see him from a mile away. So he just uses that Unbridled Outburst just to get that creep.
Yeah, and what's good about it is that we still have 40 seconds. Will that be enough time for Law to build up his rage? Because if not, he doesn't have the ult in that fight, and you could see it a while ago. Caught on camera, you've seen him use it just to secure some waves here for Flick. So I hope it will be enough time for him to get there. But again, it's close. 20 seconds will be the Tyrant.
Yeah, 20 seconds, Tyrant. I mean, not too big of a deal for Ultra Rare Esports. They're trying to play the macro game, but if they can find a catcher, right? Truth Mantra is waiting in the back lines. Y20 able to find a jump onto MZK, and 919. The board is too late. Belby and Yusong, they have to get out, and that Truth Mantra, that is something that you need to watch out for.
What a good carry there from Y20 with that setup. If not for that, they could have lost it all. But again, with the level advantage at 919, because of that kill, it has been nullified, and URE are set for, not set for life, set for the next few minutes before our next objective.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Esports, they're not out of this. Tom has been farming up a Storm, and Tom is extremely scary on this early. We saw him do wonders on this early yesterday versus Impunity, right? Versus the big brothers. Now, Ultra Rare Esports, I gotta say, this Tom early is going to be starting to ramp up a lot of damage, especially the survivability that the Secure gives. So it's going to be more of a problem, especially when you hit that 12-minute mark. When that power spike timing is reached, Ultra Rare Esports suddenly just have a very weak lineup. They have to keep forcing this advantage on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to start those fights, right? Oh, Tom?
Yeah, Fever Barrage being used. Tom, he's trying to fight back, gets instantly shut down, but there comes a trade from the side of MZK. Now the supports are fighting it out. I mean, Lifo, he's coming here for the backup, but well, it's not gonna find the bounces.
Yep, not really gonna find a kill though. Bot side, that was a good fight there, started off by Flick going with the fevered Viracho. He doesn't really have HP after the fact. But again, top side though, Y20.
Yeah, you saw him falling extremely low, does have the whatever to get away. Launchpad will be a key mechanic in the game, but I would say, right, even with that trade, the macro factor of Flick going down is way more important than Tom going down at that point, because Tom has the mobility to get the farm way faster than a Marco Polo.
Oh yeah, and with what we're seeing, oh, they're gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, there is that setup available, path passing already being used. 919, he has to get his HP bars back up. But I feel that now, right now, the main playmakers are still Dharma and Yusong, right? We're looking at the whatever's coming in, we're looking at Truth Mantra. If that formlessness finds its mark, definitely we're gonna see Ultra Red jump. But for now, it's about poking and prodding.
Yeah, interesting thing to point out here is that Kenny went in for that first item, Defrost Siege, which we don't usually see. Every time we see an Agudo, you go Blood Rage first, but now he's going on a different direction.
Yeah, and this is going to prove very fatal for 919 as that slow coming in from the Deep Frost Siege, like you mentioned, right? When you're playing against a frontline tank, this is what you want to do. You want to slow him down. You want to hinder the movement. And Y20, with the Truth Mantra onto MZK, they shove the rotations down. And this is what I like out of Ultra Rare Esports. They pounce on these objectives fast.
Yeah, and what I like about them is that they are very decisive in the early game. They know when to start the fights. And with the help of Lifo using that Destructive Deluge together with Kenny with the slows, it's gonna be hard for 919 to frontline in most of these fights. And considering nobody is there to help him engage, it's gonna be hard for him to even find the frontline battle that he wants to go for.
Yeah, and definitely for both sides, Paradise Esports right now, they are for the first time struggling in the net worth, down 1,000. And against Ultra Rare Esports, it's fine to be down by just a little bit, but Ultra Rare Esports, with those advantages that they got the bottom lane turret. Now they're looking for the middle lane turret. Furball has been launched. 919 extremely low. Oh no, the board is set up too late. Once again, this turret is gonna go down and the board has gone to waste.
Yeah, that has happened 2 times already. 919, he always tries to move in front of URE, and URE recognizes that. Whenever he tries to do that and try to clear the wave, Kenny is just gonna be throwing Furball. Levo is gonna use his ult so that he won't be able to get out. And that has been a constant trend for the teams here.
MCK jumping into his own death. That bush, Y20, was waiting, lying in the depths. And now that Tyrant is going to be taken for free from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. And this means, right, giving Flick more space to farm. Tom has less space to farm, but still, he's going to be a monster on this early, especially when Frenzy is up. But he is falling extremely low. Kenny is becoming a key damage factor.
Yeah, especially with the Deep Frost Shield and Blood Rage has been built, so they will have the damage that they need. But right now, they might be able to fight.
Oh, this board is good coming out from Paradise Esports. The follow-up is not there. You saw him going in with the jump, not able to find the key target that he needs. Flash is coming out in time, and now the turret is gone. Ultra Rare Esports, they do disengage. Paradise Esports, they could have had it. They just needed a second more timing.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here from Paradise Esports, they need to start the fights. URE has been starting it themselves. Y20.
Yeah, that's going to be a great start coming out from Paradise Esports. That key engage coming out on Y20. This might be hints of a re-engage, right? And now they need to start looking at how they set up that fight in the first place. That board into the Mayin combo, I mean, that's something that they need to start exploring instead of 919 going in first.
Oh yeah, 919 needs to think about moving forward because he's not really that tanky anymore, especially for magic damage. So he needs to think about that first. And 18 seconds of the clock, we're going to be going to 10 minutes. The shadow variants are going to come out, and that is when we need to see the adjustment from 919 and his playstyle.
Yeah, 919 definitely has been struggling in the tank factory, but still, that damage side is coming out very strong from side of Paradise Esports. It's going to start scaling sooner or later, and you see the poke damage coming out onto Law, right? That's a third of his HP, and that's on a tank. So that's definitely going to be a lot if he finds Lifo, Kenny, or Flick.
Oh, position.
Now the board being set up. Ultra Rare, they want to go for a very nice truth mantra coming out from Y20 in the back lines as he finds the key targets. Belby, MZK down, Esov extremely low, falls as well. Kenny still alive, half HP, dealing a lot of damage, a lot of sustain.
What a hero. Y20 has been a Chad for the team here so far. Ultra Rare has been riding his executes have been always for the team. 2 truth mantras have been so great, and that's why they always just win by default on most of these fights.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, they've been very reliant on this truth mantra, and I feel that Paradise Esports, they need to start seeing that, right? They need to start man marking where Y20 is if they want somehow to come back into the game, but that's where they lack. They lack that vision factor. Who is gonna match his rotations? You don't have a Guan Yu. All you have is a Mayin, and if a Mayin gets too close to a Dharma, you get shut down.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna be hard. They need to find a way to get vision amongst all the brushes that they're gonna be moving forward. They could just throw skills so that they could go there. MZK, look at this. I think Y20 already recognizes that.
Yeah, and MZK, I mean, at this point, his main job is to give his life so that the truth mantra is not available. But now Y20, he's on the job once again, does not have the flash. Luckily for Paradise Esports, could have ended badly. But this is a key itemization and power spike coming in, right? That 12-minute mark, you start to see itemizations coming out from Yi Sing. You start to see itemizations coming out from Yi Saw. There's a potential timing where the Star Breaker comes out and Mayin can start one-shotting people. So Lifo has to play a lot more scared.
Yeah, they have to be very careful here, especially with the ult, but Overlord is gonna be taken for free. No answer so far from Paradise Esports, and there's nobody who has the guts to even go close to check if the Overlord is being taken.
I think at this point, Paradise Esports, if they do want to contest, they need a lot of vision, and the creeps were not even inside, right? If, let's say, the creeps were touching the mid turret or the bottom turret, they could have contested because they could potentially use the law of elimination to find out why Y20 is. But since they didn't know, it's better not to risk it.
Yeah, and also the tempo has been just going to the side of Ultra Rare. That's why they can get away with a lot of things, especially the objectives.
Yeah, this defense here extremely important. Grouping up is not something that you want to see now. Verbal already being used for his tier 3. The board finds its mark, but Y20 is out of it. And it's a very key factor, right? If you can catch Y20 in that board, now it's suddenly become a very good board. But if you can't catch him in the board, it's not that good.
It's gonna be hard though. I mean, especially that he could just stash away on most of those boards, but Y20, especially in the third tier turret fights, it's gonna be way harder for him to surprise the members of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, definitely. Paradise Esports, they need to play apart, but together, still in space to help each other out. Now they're grouping extremely hard. Now, with the Marco Polo destroying the tier 3, this tier 3 won't be long for a life as all tier 3 goes down. Now, they have that Shadow Vanguard. Furball has been launched on 919. He will be the main target. They're still scared of the Truth Mantra, but the Crystal is falling extremely low. If they focus down the Crystal, they can actually get it, but Kenny falling extremely low, and the finish will be coming through from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Congratulations for taking it 1-0 for now.
Yeah, what a game from Ultra Rare Esports. The engages coming in from Y20 and the guts coming in from most of the members here, just punishing any mistake that 919 does. Ultra Rare just showed us how they can be and how decisive they can be, and I love this growth from them because back then they really struggled when it comes to the decision making, but right now they're showing really good signs of improvement from the last time we've seen them.
And this is against Tom's Arlie as well. So I'm really impressed coming out from Ultra Rare Esports that they could take down Tom's Arlie, right? And this is an Arlie that struggled. No, that make Impunity struggle. So Ultra Rare Esports, I think they're cementing their name really well in this Wildcard King series. They're going to be one of the teams to watch. And Y20's Truth Mantras, man, oh my god, those were insane.
Oh man, that's true. Y20, he probably did that like 3 times this game. Even though he is like 3-3-4, he didn't get the MVP. He was the MVP that game because he did a lot of things for the team to win. And Ultra Rare Esports with Flick getting the MVP here, it was also because of how decisive he is on most of the fights, dropping the Fevered Barrage only when it's needed.
Yeah, and not overextending. Very key usage of those revolver shots as well, right? Coming out from Flick, always making sure that 919 is loaded on with the damage, always coming on with Kenny, not overextending. And he has the lowest damage, mind you, like 44.7, like on a Marco Polo is not a very good damage factor. But the thing is, it's needed for him to survive because he needs to be the factor against 919, against Yusong. And once he's alive, once the Fever Barrage is up, Yusong cannot freely jump.
Yeah, and even in this game, he didn't really even need to deal as much damage just because of the fact that Kenny, Lethal, and Y20 has been doing that job for the game. But as you said, he just needs to survive. They just need somebody to deal damage whenever it's needed. And the team fighting, not really that high for the side of Ultra Rare, or rather for Flick, because the other members of the team has been doing their jobs pretty well. That's why in the records, it could have been anybody's MVP. It's just that Flick was just able to edge it out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he did quite a great job, but I want to highlight Kenny, right? Kenny's itemization into that
Defrost
into
Siege,
the damage Defrost Siege, Siege coming out first. That was very quick thinking coming out from Kenny, especially going up against an Ogren. They knew already what they were gonna do, so they actually let the Arlie pick through, and then they're like, yeah, they probably want to go an Ogren against this. So now with the Ogren easing pick, well, it was all pre-planned. Ultra Rare Esports, they've been playing against this, and the strategies have been set in their heads.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here from Ultra Rare, they take time, right? They take time to think about their advantage. Look at this graph. You've seen them struggle a bit in the early game. Then when they found their footing, when they found their timing, they start to find those fights, especially for Y20. Yes, it's not a high kill game, but we've seen some good signs from Ultra Rare Esports that they're really, even though that they're in the same region as Impunity, they're trying to put themselves away from that same region, and the playstyle is very different here from Ultra Rare.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, well, Flick being the MVP of that series on the Marco Polo, 3-1-2, damage 17%, but the total goal is what's important, like 25%. And he was the deterrent factor, I feel. Like, he didn't really need to deal too much of the damage because he is always there to stop Yusong from jumping in. If you do jump in, there's a Fever Barrage waiting for you. If Tom jumps in, there's a Fever Barrage waiting for you as well. And Flick, he always uses that on squishies. And I feel that, yeah, the trades are extremely good as well, right? Going with the Fever Barrage, getting that advantage onto Tom in the early game, it just netted him an advantage towards Tom that Tom just couldn't overcome.
Yeah, and I also love that he built Frigid Charge third, because he didn't really need to build Daybreaker third item because there's not really anything that he needs to pierce, which is why he just went in for that. But look at this. The highlights have been crazy. Y20, this is all going to be him. The highlights are all going to be him in his place.
Yeah, and the trade being found, yeah, but Flick already killed Tom, and that's huge. And now, with this is the Defrost Siege coming in, right?
Yeah.
With the slow coming through, 919 couldn't have any potential to escape as well. And consistently just applying pressure with that truth mantra, with this jump as well. Bam, two in the wall.
Man, that is crazy. And also, we've talked about how this composition that Ultra Rare Esports has, they really have low mistake tolerance, because if they make a mistake, they would be punished by Paradise Esports. But they didn't really make a lot of mistakes. They were just ahead of the curve here against the other team, and that's why they were just able to win most of the fights that we've seen from them.
Yeah, and you can see in the last fight, right? Yusong was trying to get squishy, trying to get on Flick as much as possible, but Y20's positioning was just over there to save him, and there was a lot of peel coming out from Ultra Rare Esports. I really like how they have developed as a team, how they protect their teammates as well. This shows a lot of synergy, this shows a lot of communication. And for Paradise Esports, it's more about, yeah, we lost one of our strategies already. Arlie's Tom's Arlie, Tom's Arlie is gone. Is not going to be able to pick again. Then 919's Ogren is gone as well. So now it's really more of back to the drawing board for them. Tom, he still has the D-Rintier.
Yeah, and it's always tough whenever you're losing a lot of this really insane good picks. Like from what we've seen from Paradise Esports picks, that's 4. And Sakir could be very conditional, but you lose 4 here for the side of Paradise. But on the other end, you don't really lose a lot from what they picked here from the side of Ultra. I mean, you don't lose anything because yes, you lose some of these heroes, but you already won with this hero. So that's already a check in their checklist.
Yeah, and with the global ban pick, of course, you won't be able to pick it in your next series as well. So the Dharma is no longer an option for Y20. That's great news for Paradise Esports because that Dharma truth mantra was dealing so much in their back line. And Y20, well, I would say he's an extremely crafty and just opportunistic clash laner. He always looks for these opportunities. He always looks for these timings to strike, and the vision factor needs to be way better on him. You got to keep him in check.
Yeah, you always need to think about the Dharma. Every time you're fighting against a Dharma, think about where he is. If he's not showing anywhere, he's probably gonna be flashing in if you don't see him in like 20 seconds because he will be able to set the fight up.
Yeah, it's like when Dharma is not around, you got to think yourself as you are in the scariest neighborhood possible.
Yeah, you need to look at your
jumped.
back.
Yeah, you can get jumped any second, and like, yeah, Dharma's gonna push you against a wall. So that's what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
Paradise Esports, they gotta start worrying about Ultra Rare Esports Y20 especially. Now, I really like that Ultra Rare Esports, like each member, they had their moments to shine as well, right? We saw that in the first week, Lifo was really one of the MVPs that we saw. Kenny became the next MVP that we saw, and Flick's positioning surprised me. Today, it was Y20. They're like taking your turns, right?
Yeah.
And maybe next week, it'll be long.
Oh yeah, we'll be looking for all those chances for most of the players here for Ultra Rare Esports, and I'm loving it. I'm loving that every player has been improving consistently. They just need to be in the same level as the top 3 teams that we have, especially in the play-ins. And if Ultra Rare is going in this trajectory, this is looking good for the team. But Paradise Esports, remember, they still have a chance here. They could turn these things around. I love how they played their early game, that 919 was trying to go for those invades. It's just they got lost at the middle parts of the game, and they haven't decided on what they should do. They have to be decisive at the middle parts of the game.
Yeah, and Paradise Esports, this seems like a common problem for them, where the mid-game decision-making does not match up to the execution of the draft. Yeah, sure, the draft was very forgiving in terms of making a lot of mistakes, but Ultra Rare Esports, they kept their timings very, very tight. And when you go into higher and higher level teams, you definitely have to keep your timings and decisions a lot more tight as well. Now, with the bans and drafting phase underway, Paradise Esports have taken away the early. Meanwhile, Ultra Rare Esports, they don't want the Dharma on the other side.
Oh yeah, they don't have the Dharma anymore also for the side of URE, so that's why they're taking that off. And Maisha and Nui could maybe be banned here for both of our teams so that it wouldn't be able to go for those setups. But again, Ultra Rare Esports always love going to this red side so that they can react accordingly to what Paradise Esports is going to pick.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, right? No, I mean, Paradise Esports, with that ban on the eSync, they actually open up that Luna in the pool. So that's a very strong pick to start with, giving yourself that first pick option available. Whether or not Ultra Rare Esports ban out the Maisha or the Luna, they get one in the end. So Paradise Esports here, they have a choice here. Do they go for the Luna? Oh, they go for the Lug instead. So Ultra Rare Esports, now,
Kenny, it's time. It's time for you to pick the Luna because Luna is very much open, and that was the first ban on our first game. So having that open would be pretty good. If they do want to maybe protect that Luna, they could find a way to just ban the Liang later on. But I think Paradise is... Wait, they went for the pay. They will let 919 pick that Luna.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So we might not even have a Luna here because with the Lung, Luna, yeah, it does work. The Diadian pay really counteracts Luna movements by quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you are diving the backline, suddenly your backline gets disrupted. So you need a disruption yourself. And they go with Lams because they want the disruption. I see they're going for the Liu Bang and Lam. Okay.
The classic Liu Bang and Lam combo. They want to go and try fight toe-to-toe against that Pei. This is one of the answers that I have been seeing the other regions have been doing. The Lam Liu Bang against the Pei so that he wouldn't be able to fight you 1v1. You will be able to win the fight. But both of them have the same goals. The goal is to win the early game. Whoever wins that will be winning the game.
Yeah, and we saw this yesterday out of Paradise Esports already versus Impunity, and it was executed very well, right? I really like how who was their clash? Yusong. Yusong was playing on the Liu Bang. Yeah, he was doing extremely well. His macro game was on point. His ultimates were on point too. And there's this man advantage, right? Because from Liu Bang, you can always come to your teammates across the map.
Yep, and I like the answer here from Ultra Rare Esports, right? Sun Tzu being picked here just so they could find a way to rotate. Yes, it's not going to be as fast as the Battlefield Command, but you still have that global presence from that Sun Tzu, so that if ever you want to fight, you will be able to commit and have more utility, honestly, compared to the Liu Bang.
Yeah, and something that I want to see coming out from Ultra Rare was the Nuwa, which got banned out. So Paradise Esports, they covered their bases very perfectly because Set Sail and the Emergence gives you a two-man advantage versus that Battlefield Command, right? So that's something that was available. But now Ultra Rare Esports, they could have went for, the Byron, but they went for the Sun Tzu instead. Now they don't have the Nuwa. I mean, with the Chinese region, right? Usually you see something along the lines of a being picked with the Skyfall, but then now that they don't have that option available, well, it's more about up to the farm laner. Getting a very mobile farm laner is going to be good. A channel here is huge, I feel, because that mobility is going to be very needed. Channel Diadea, very good as well.
Yeah, actually, a channel will be very perfect here in their lineup. I mean, it's not really the best against the Long, but if you want to go for that classic KPL counter, which is a Hou Yi against the Long, that could also be a possibility. Because if you don't really want a lot of damage, you want a bit more stun together with that Frigid Prison, could be good. Just make sure that Kenny would go full damage, so you have enough damage in the late game.
Well, I mean, we've seen a gold lane pay, a farm lane pay coming out in a lot of other regions as well, right? There's a chance of that happening. But it's very, very rare. So right now on the farm lane, they gotta pick something that's a bit more versatile and mobile as well. Now with Paradise Esports, right, they have a lot of opportunities to engage and disengage. Once again, their lineup is extremely mistake tolerant, like you said. Like, it's going to be where there's an infinite vastness to get out, cannon barrages to set up, and the disruptive deluge if anything goes wrong. But Ultra Rare Esports, they go for the Chan.
Yep, Chano is good, especially with the Diadea. They do have a lot of AoEs to work with. Yes, they have the leader stands together with the Destined Encounter to help them in most battles. But what we're seeing from Paradise Esports, they have a lot of range. They have the Lady Sun, they have the Matsu together with the Lung. So they have a lot of range. They could play from a long range and not let the AoEs from Ultra Rare Esports hit them. So this could be something that they could work with towards in order for them to win.
Yeah, this is it for Paradise Esports, right? If they want to tie the series up, this is their all-in strat. The Liu Bang and the Lam coming out. We saw this yesterday, but now paired with the Mozi coming out from MZK. That think inside the box actually provides a lot more disrupt. And now for Ultra Rare, they do have an answer. The Princess Frost, Winter is here, can be a potential answer for the Battlefield Command, but your spacing and your positioning has to be perfect, just right. Ultra Rare Esports, once again, they pick a lineup with a lot of committal.
Yeah, they're going to be committing a lot here in their lineup. They need to find a way to win this early game as fast as they could, especially that they're playing with the Pei. And I like this first step. Their first step is to just push on the Clash lane and make sure that Kenny would be able to get some Spike Tail, something else against the other jungler so that 919 wouldn't get that level pretty fast.
Yeah, and you gotta be pretty fast to get this gift code at the bottom of the screen. Open up your HOK app right now, go to the bottom left, click on menu, and just type in this code in the community section where you click the CD key. So now if you type in you can potentially get an epic skin, guys. So you want to do this, and you want to do this fast because it's first come, first serve.
3 people. Bot side, though, might be a frigid prison here. Never
Yeah,
mind.
Frigid Prison, still level 1, level 2, right? They have their flashes. I would say that committing too much here might mean death
Might be
for them.
bad.
919, he's already here, and they spot it out. So Ultra Rare Esports, they make the proper disengager. They still don't have Winters here. They shouldn't be committing.
Yeah, Yusong still doesn't have the battlefield command, so this is the perfect time to fight.
Yeah, I mean, for Ultra Rare Esports, it will be an honest 4v4, but they gotta be worried about these consistent cannon barrages coming in. And 919 has been doing a great job of working the map, working the rotations as well.
Yeah, look at the level advantage that Kenny has here. It's also just because of that one spike kill that he was able to get a while ago. And this is what's good about what Kenny is doing. Look at Y20. He's helping him out just so they can steal the spike kill and get some sprites for Kenny so that he has always will have level advantage against 919.
Yeah, and Ultra Rare Esports, right? This is uncharacteristic that you will see from a Pei, but in higher levels of gameplay, Pei is not really an aggressive hero. It's more for the mobility, but Sansa already with the set sail on the top side, not able to find anything, but Yusong, he's gonna be able to catch Y20 out, has the flash, but not enough first blood given to Yusong at this point. Belby, he will be the collateral trade, but not able to find much more.
919.
That will be a 1-for-1.
What a
that
stun!
is a cannon barrage, but Ultra Rare Esports, they're still very healthy.
Still a 1-for-1, 2 minutes and 47 seconds close to the next objective. But that was a nice fight taken here by Paradise Esports. Just making sure that they get the kill on Y20 out of that flash mistake. And Ultra Rare now is going to be having a problem here. Look at this. Y20 had a problem there. He was still in range of Yusong, and that's why they got the first blood. But look at the reaction here coming in from them. Just drop the Winters here so that they get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great trade coming out from Ultra Rare Esports, but still, at that point, the set sail was used and not finding any value there. It shows that even in the later stage of the game, you might have the man advantage, and now Pei trying to find a jump onto Belby, not gonna be enough, luckily for Paradise.
Oh yeah, and now it's looking like Paradise Esports might be struggling here, especially on the Tyrant battle.
Yeah, this Tyrant coming up in 20 seconds. They're not going to have to set sail. They already lost that top lane turret as well. Now, they're going to lose it, especially if there's a lot of pressure coming in from the top lane where we see 919 is heading towards. And Y20 with a launch pad will be able to recover that control.
Yep, 1 second, Tyrant is already here. Even 919 is walking towards the Tyrant, but look at them, keeping the members of Ultra Rare Esports on their toes.
Yeah, set sail has been used. He's going to find another avenue of entry. If this crashes together with Winters here, it might be huge, but it's already used. And Ultra Rare Esports, they use the ultimates to turn the tide of battle. You saw he's locked in no man's land. 1v4, not able to survive as the Liu Bang gets taken out. Now, Ultra Rare Esports, they can go for more here, but they don't have their ultimates up.
What a good play coming in from Ultra Rare, using the set sail and the Winters here just to zone out Paradise Esports so that they don't get close to that Tyrant. What a smart play. Again, this is what's hard whenever you're fighting against a Princess Frost. You need to commit people to fight, or rather go through the storm. The Winters here.
And for Paradise Esports, right, they're more of a pick and choose comp, and I feel that MZK's Cannon Barrages, it's been on point so far, but it hasn't been able to get converted into kills, into map objectives. Meanwhile, Ultra Rare Esports, they collapse on this top lane turret, and Paradise Esports, they respond in kind on the bottom lane turret, but Chano is there to defend.
Yeah, and the problem here is, oh wait, MZK?
Yeah, falling extremely low. Tom, he does have the infinite fastness and the flash.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
There's not going to be any further skirmish.
Okay.
I feel that Sail not able to find anybody as of this moment, but 919, he's on the job. He finds a jump in, not able to get the disruption up, not able to pull any members back. Cannon Barrage once again lands onto Law, but that's not the target that they're looking for.
Great jump away from Kenny there, but Y20 might be able to... Never mind, they're not going to find a fight here.
Yeah, once again, Winter's here has been placed, and Yusong will be the target of choice. Frozen up by the frigid prison. Flash being used in the back line. They have to get out. Lifo is dealing too little HP as 919. He has the damage. It's still a scary factor of the LOM.
Nice flashes from Lifo and Law. They could have been killed by 919 there. It was enough distance so that they don't get pulled by 919. But hey, Y20.
Set sail has been used. Belby, he has the flash to disengage. That counter engage from the disruptive deluge might be enough. The bounce is not coming through.
That was close. Paradise, good thing. Good answer from Belby, just flashing out the disruptive deluge so that they won't be able to follow through. And now still very close. This game has been very close for both of our teams. And we're seeing the items. Venomous Staff has been first item here for Lifo so that he wouldn't be able to have problems with the regeneration or rather lifesteal coming in from 919. So that's a good answer. But looking at the composition here, the only problem that I'm seeing from Paradise Esports is that every time a Cannon Blast gets hit, there's nobody in front to crowd control. It's always because Yusong is very reactive to where 919 is gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, that's consistently what they have to do, but they are finding the picks, right? Law goes down for a turret. Ultra Rare Esports take the objective trade, and Kenny will disengage on the pay. Set sail has already been used. Yusong will be the target of choice once again. Winter is here, not able to connect on anyone. Used as a zoning tool for now. Ultra Rare Esports, they don't have their ultimates. They can't disengage her. Kenny, right now, he has to use that mobility to pounce on someone, but he does not have it available.
Yep, still looking good for Paradise Esports. They can turn this around anytime, especially getting those picks against Law, who has been trying to take Vision alongside their jungle, and that is something that is good here. At least they can punish those mistakes every time they try to go for it.
Yeah, definitely both teams with that map positioning. That middle of the map, super important right now. Now set sail has been used, but 919, he's gonna teleport here. There's gonna be a lot of pressure, especially on Yusong on the bottom lane as they divert their attention, but a good cannon blast has been found by MZK. He's able to get out, and this sets up everything in the back line as they fall like flies, but 919 and Yusong, they overextend. Lifo and Law are down though, as Ultra Rare Esports, they have to disengage. The rest of the damage will be coming through as the Disrupted Deluge finds its mark onto Y20. Flick, not long for life as a double kill is gotten by Tom.
Great catch coming in from 919, a 4-for-2 to get there, and getting on that L brush with the death from below just got everybody on low HP here. Look at that again. He got 3 people with that combo with Yusong, and that was enough. And the cleanup crew was just there to just finish the job for Y20 and Flick.
Yeah, the damage, there was so much damage, and it was all set up by MZK, right? He used his flash, he set up with that cannon barrage, and think inside the box was not even needed. In the later stages, if he gets tank gear, that think inside the box is gonna be a key factor. Ultra Rare Esports, they need to start using Kenny to find that burst potential onto Yusong or onto Belby, because these are the targets that Kenny hasn't been able to find so far.
Yeah, and so far, even with the composition that they have, it's going to be hard to go front to back, especially if Y20 doesn't have the set sail. Because during that fight, Y20 already used his set sail right down at the bottom lane, which is why they didn't have it. Right now, Kenny needs to go to the top side and maybe find the pick here on 919. Nice teleport.
Oh, 919, he's in a lot of danger. Kenny almost reaching him at this point. Now they are in the ones that are in the back line as the damage falls through. 3 members of Ultra Rare Esports fall to the combo from 919 that you saw. LB will be the consolation, but that teleportation, it was crucial. It changed the entire tide of battle.
What a good cannon blast here from MZK, getting 2 members so that 919 could just go in with a death from below and got everybody back on low HP. In Paradise, they should be using that to their advantage. It was so good that they have been finding these kills and turned the tides around. They are now on the lead with a 3k gold lead.
At 3,000 though, is it enough going up against Ultra Rare Esports?
Oh no.
This Tyrant buff will make it enough. And now Diadea locked inside the box. And this is huge. Trying to get the vision. Now, losing that Azure golem will be Ultra Rare Esports if they can try and finish it off. The reset coming through, but Ultra Rare Esports, they're set up. They can fight this without law, right? They do have the set sail available. Winter's here already used, so they might not want to commit for this. Yusong, he is teleporting back. We'll have the battlefield command.
Yeah, this is why you don't use the platform, especially for those moments that you don't have vision on one part of the map, because you can get punished anytime. With that lob, just bought Paradise Esports another amount of time, but looking at it, it's still gonna be hard here. Once Flick gets his items, this game is gonna be harder and harder for Paradise Esports, so they have to find a way to make use of this early game advantage.
Yeah, the jump going in on Y20 gets pushed to the back, has to set sail. Winter is here, not able to find anything, just used as a disruption tool. But now Y20, he's in no man's land, as now he gets shut down. Rampage for 919 as the rest of the team members collapse onto Lethal, will get found. Law extremely low, will die as well. Cannon Barrage found onto Kenny, has to disengage. Now 919 is in the back line, he's dealing damage onto Flick. Flick needs to get out. Now Ultra Rare Esports, they are on pure defense.
Good play again by Paradise Esports. The confidence here from their plays have been really good and has been very punishing for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, definitely it is the case of the Flaming Palms being enough. Yusong now jumping in onto Flick. Flick consistently low. There's no front line here for Ultra Rare Esports, right? We talked about the committal, and if the committal is not found, Ultra Rare Esports, they're going to have a hard time. Now, Paradise Esports, they can go in and out as they wish with the Cannon Barrage. Now, this is what they need to do. Kenny needs to find a pick onto 919. Can he do it here? He actually spots him out, and 919, he has the capability to just get out.
Yeah, the 6k gold lead is just gonna make it hard. They won't be able to find those picks that they're looking for, and Ultra Rare has been really struggling on finding those good fights for them. They need to go front to back, and Paradise Esports has been catching them lacking every time.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, Yusong, he has been doing such a great job of this macro plays, right? Always pushing the advantage on the opposite side of the map, making sure that the creep movements are mirrored, and now with them able to handle this, they will potentially get the Shadow Overlord for themselves because they have Yusong to worry about with the battlefield command. They can't rotate there in time, and MZK has the vision with the Radiance as well.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at what they're gonna do here, because with the push that they had there on the bot side, they already got all the second tier towers on all parts of the map. But with the 6k gold lead, they really need to just hold on to this and finish the game as much as they can. Right now, they got the Overlord, they got the advantage. They should just find a way, but Kenny's here.
Yeah, Kenny, he finds the better Yusong, but Yusong at this point is a bit too tanky. And this might mean that Kenny's not around to defend Lethal. Lethal, yes, he has high ground defense for days, but he has to be safe to lay down the damage. Winter is here, is already used, won't be available for the Vanguards coming in. 919, he's going in extremely deep, but the catch is found.
Okay.
Set sail is being used, and that's a shutdown onto 919. Damage is gone. Paradise Esports, they're on the scramble. Yusong, extremely low, gets taken down as well. That's 2-0. Ultra Rare Esports, they form a comeback.
One mistake and Ultra Rare Esports just pounces on them, and that's how you want to play it. Once 919 goes very aggressive and they lose that frontline advantage on that damage, you would need to just go in and just destroy the backline, and that's a good way to start it. Right now, they're gonna go for the Tyrant, and this could snowball in their favor.
Yes, that sail still being used. MCK in danger, will not have any ability to try and contest this Shadow Tyrant. Ultra Rare Esports, they get the Tyrant for themselves, they have to deal with the Vanguards, and now game is back to even. Yeah, and we were talking about that, right?
What a good bitter farewell. That bitter farewell stopped 919 from getting that death from below to pull anybody in. And that was enough to just stop Paradise Esports. And this is what you need to do. You need to be reacting pretty well on what 919 could do, especially at this part of the game, because he's going to be very squishy.
Yeah, and it's very hard to dive Ultra Rare Esports, especially in the tier 3 scenarios because of this Princess Frost. And look at this, Winter is here onto Belby, found the frigid prison, locked him up, and now he's extremely low. Set sail has been used. This might be an opening for Ultra Rare Esports here, already diving the back lines, and now it's not gonna be used on the Yusong just yet. Re-entering on that turret, and Ultra Rare Esports will call it quits for now.
No minions on mid. They were trying to set up a fight here in the second tier tower. You can see it from the movements of Ultra Rare Esports. They wanted to take that fight, and that set sail, if that hit anybody, they would have pounced on it. Now they're gonna go again.
All 5 members gathered up, waiting for the set sail to hit. They want this tier 2. They still have to be wary of Yusong's push, so they will have to recall back to base on Y20, who has the most mobility.
Yeah, and they would need to clear out this mid lane after, because after these pushes, they can slowly just crawl back into the game. Yes, that mid lane tower that has been taken down wouldn't be back anymore and will be a constant problem, but as long as they put a lot of people in this mid side, it would be okay.
919 with a very good proxy on that bottom lane will force the pressure in their favor, especially for this next fight here.
Okay.
And now he actually goes in, not able to catch anyone so far.
catch.
Winter is here. So good. 919 will be going down. There's the damage gone once again. Set sail onto 2. Belby already gone. Disruptive Deluge not available. Paradise Esports, they're on the run once again. Ultra Rare Esports, they will get this Shadow Overlord. And there's a gift coming from Ultra Rare Esports to you guys.
Lifo, what a hero in that fight. That Frigid Prison, so much important to get it. And now they're kind of looking to go for the push in the mid lane and the top side.
Oh, Tom actually flashing in, gets a kill onto Lifo. Very good micro awareness there to go for the kill. Lifo will not be available. That's the mage damage gone. That's the zoning factors gone. And they will hold on for now. Now, this is extremely even. Belby and 919, they're spawning very soon with the launch pass. They can actually get in. And this Shadow Overlord will be in danger and threat. This fight is going to happen, like it or not. 919, he's trying to force the issue. Battlefield Command not able to find a pick-off.
Yeah, buying themselves some time, that's good. Ultra Rare Esports still not over. Even if they weren't able to take that Tyrant, they just need to wait for Lifo. Lifo has been the constant key on most of these fights, and the Frigid Prisons are just hitting. One more hit on 919, and one more fight that they win, they can win this game.
And now Belby, his positioning needs to be way more important because he does not have to flash. Lifo will still have to flash. So in terms of battlefield spells, they are in favor, right? Flick flashes not too important for now. The ability for Law to flash is also very good in terms of the aggressiveness.
Yeah, they have the leader stance already on Flick, so they would want to take this fight. They were just waiting for it to go on cooldown, and now that it's on cooldown, they need to think about what they want really. It's gonna be the Tyrant for Ultra Rare. The extra damage is gonna be needed in these fights.
Yeah, Yusong gets spotted out by Y20, going for a 1v1 engage here, but that Tyrant will be going Ultra Rare Esports' way. Now, they do have the buff. They might want to fight this. They'll be falling extremely low. Set sail, found, and Belby will go down. Tom and MZK extremely low as well. Now, MZK, the first to fall, think inside the box, will not be used. Infinite Fasters, safe, and Lifo with the Splendor. 919 is not able to deal much. He finally finishes it off, but Kenny lays down the hurt. Sage's Sanctuary being used will not get the counter engage. 2v1. Easy for Ultra Rare Esports. Now, only Tom is alive.
What a very gutsy move from Flick. Just went forward just so they could kill Belby and had the Sage's Sanctuary and the Destiny at the ready just in case he dies. Now they try to finish.
Yeah, Tom, he does have the Sage's Sanctuary. Both will be used. Will not have the Infinite Vastus. Flash will be used as well. And now he does defend for now, keeping them both low. Law trying to find out his positioning. Does still not have the Infinite Vastus. And Law goes down.
No, 2 tower shots. That's unfortunate. They could have went in for the kill, but Tom was playing the range so that he doesn't get close. But look at this fight again. Let's take a look at this replay. The positioning right here of Yusong and 919 just going on Flick, but Flick doesn't care. He has the Sage's Sanctuary and the Destiny, and the backline has been cleansed while that was happening. Look at Lifo also. The flash here was enough to buy time so that Kenny could chase down 919.
Yeah, Sage's Sanctuary, he did have that immunity for a second, but still, it was not enough.
Oh no,
now,
he's dead.
Kenna Barrage has been found onto Lifo, and he has the Winters here just to peel for now. Won't have it for the next few team fights. Saves his own life, saves his own skin for now. But this means that the Tempest Dragon, they won't have this in the next few team fights.
Yeah, 5 seconds, Tempest is gonna be here. And now all the items have been built for both of our teams. At this point, it's not gonna matter. They need to think about how they are gonna fight without the Sage's Sanctuary.
Yeah, this is the final showdown. First Tempest Dragon of the day. Pull up your chairs, ladies and gentlemen, because Ultra Rare Esports and Paradise Esports will have this final showdown. And now, 20 minutes into the game, this Tempest Dragon, super important. But you see Y20 and Yusha, they're still trying to match the movements on that bottom lane, right? That pressure needs to be alleviated. Whoever wins that bottom lane skirmish will eventually get that creep control and eventually get the man advantage.
They always need to have the minion control here before starting the Tempest Dragon. They need to clean up first because that's the most important thing. If the minions are pushing your way, you're gonna have a really bad problem. That still has been used. They have this timing right here for URE.
They'll be in a lot of danger. If uses a Splendor, gives up his own life. You saw in the back line with 919, Lethal falling extremely low, but 919, he's out, and so will Law. But Law does not matter. Y20, he's able to disrupt the backline for now. You saw he is in a lot of danger, but able to get out as Ultra Rare. They commit their sights onto the Tempest Dragon instead. Now, MZK, he has to watch his spacing here. Has a Radiance together. You saw Tom is coming through. He still has the damage to make things hurt. Set Sail has been used by Y20 all the way in the back. Lethal trying to recall back to base, trying to use the launch pad to recover his HP here. And this would mean a clean disengage coming out from both sides. I feel that we are not going to have any commits for now.
Yeah, they're not going to be fighting this 5 seconds on 919, so they wouldn't have the timing, but they are committing. I think this might be the chance.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage being used. MCK still has to think inside the box. Lethal, one sliver of HP, but that's all he needs to lay down the winters here on the pit as the Tempest Dragon will be going the way of 919 as he goes for more in the back line. Still dealing the damage. Law and Lethal has to get out. Flick already down. Lethal, the only one alive, and that is all members of Ultra Rare dead. Paradise Esports, they will be taking this series unless they make a crucial mistake of dying to the crystal.
Oh no, what a game from Paradise Esports, taking the Tempest Dragon and taking that battle against them. Look at the sigh of relief here for Paradise Esports because what they did there was very important. That fight on the Tempest Dragon, getting it for themselves, and also even just trapping the members of URE on that pit was the biggest mistake that Ultra Rare Esports had in that fight.
Yeah, and the ability of Winters here was used at the entrance of the Tempest Dragon, right? If he was able to reposition it just a bit, that would have changed the entire team fight. But sadly for them, he was so low on HP, he couldn't get the spacing. He was forced to use it as soon as possible because Lethal was forced to use his hand by MZK. His cannon barrages was so good.
Yeah, the cannon blasts have been really great here for MZK. It has been really crucial on most of the fights, and also consider the fact that Tom has been really great on hitting all those shots with the flaming palm. Every time he hits Lethal is gonna be dead, and that's just one shot coming in from him. And this is good. This combo has proven effective for Paradise Esports, and so far, Ultra Rare, especially with the pay from Kenny, hasn't been really that effective.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny at that point, he was playing an extremely defensive role. Y20 was supposed to be the playmaker, and Kenny is more of defending Lethal, right? Trying to make use of the Frigid Prison as much as possible. Think of it as a 1-2 combo, the setup coming in from Lethal, then Kenny goes in. But the Frigid Prison was only able to be found in certain scenarios. Ultra Rare Esports, they put up a great fight, but Paradise Esports, they just won it with a sliver of a team fight.
Yeah, they really tried, but again, that game was really close. Ultra Rare was almost able to come back from this game. If they got that Tempest Dragon, could have been a different story for the team, but Paradise Esports have been dominating the whole time, and it was so hard for Ultra Rare to even find a kill in the backline, especially for Tom. Tom didn't even die this game.
Yeah, I feel that for Ultra Rare Esports, they were on the verge, right? They were already getting the better of 919 consistently, making sure that, yeah, as long as 919 is the first one to jump in, then we can get the counter kill. And it was working out for them. They were getting Paradise Esports on the run. They got that middle link turret. They almost finished the game. And Tom being the only one alive, that flash play was enough to take out Law. And if you take a look at the goal graph, it was in Paradise Esports all the way. Ultra Rare, they brought it all the way down, and then they just lost that last team fight.
Oh yeah, it was so close until the last point in the game, and it was still a really good play coming in from Ultra Rare, but Paradise, I love this. I love seeing Paradise just coming back from the different story that we had from Game 1. And Game 2 was a different version of them, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from this team.
And yeah, we said it, guys. We said it that this is going to be a 50-50, and definitely it's already 50-50, right? Tied 1-1. Ultra Rare Esports, Paradise Esports, anyone can take the series. It's going to be the best of one left over. With the global ban pick, of course, a lot of heroes are already out of the pool. The Arlie gone from Tom, but look at this. MZK with the Mozu. Once again, he gets the MVP today, but he didn't do so well yesterday. But today he has found redemption.
Yeah, and very well deserved because the Cannon Blast have been so good. They're hitting on every target on the right timing also, and gives opportunities for 919 and Yusong to go for those engages, because whenever he hits it, that was go time. That was just a signal for Paradise Esports to go, and I like it. I like to see Paradise Esports being this decisive on this game number 2.
Yeah, Cannon Blast so good, and also like when he found the opportunities to use the think inside the box, he actually committed it very well. But speaking of the first few parts of the game, Paradise Esports, they actually had a very heavy-handed advantage, right? They did find the trades onto Belby, yes, but the key damage factors at that point that they had to worry about was the combo of Yusong and 919, which were consistently able to deal this damage through. Yes, Ultra Rare Esports, very good comeback on the Tyrant, but there's a few mistakes afterwards.
Yeah. And looking at the Frigid Prisons that has been hit here by LiFo, that's been really great. That's the reason why most of the fights they have won is because LiFo was able to hit those Frigid Prisons. But this time, Paradise, look at that combo. The combo is just so really good to see. The combo from Yuzong and 919 just going in without a care in the world. And that really just gave them a lot of opportunity to just win those fights.
Yeah, think inside the box used by MZK as well to keep Flick in position so that they can get the finish on them as well. And just look at the disgusting combo coming out for 919. It was just so overwhelming to deal with. But Ultra Rare, they found an answer later on in the game where they made the mistake of jumping in too far. Now, Paradise Esports, they continue to dominate the rest of the game. But when did they start to make this mistake? Over here, right? 919 going in by himself, and the bitter farewell really disconnecting him right there with the set sail as well. And with 919 gone, the rest of the team, they were on the clean disengage, but Yun Song couldn't get out.
Yeah, the Death from Below has been cancelled right there and then. And you can see here how great the fights have been here for the team. Look at how they're positioning for the side of Ultra Rare. It has been really good. They're positioning themselves pretty well in front just to bait out reactions from 919 and Yu Song. And both of the teams here have cleared out the backline pretty well, and that's what they do best. And that's what I like from Paradise and URE's game, is that they know who to prioritize every time.
Yeah, and there was a lot of opportunity to end the game for Ultra Rare Esports, right? It could have been 50-50, and that was a hell of a series. I mean, definitely both teams are playing their hearts out because, I mean, both teams, they really want this win here.
Yeah, and we said it even during the start that this will be how they will be doing it for the team. But again, everybody, before we head into the next game, we're just going to be taking a short break. After we go there, we're going to go to Game 3.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea! You're not welcome at my beach! Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach! Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach.
All right.
Go. The sea here is...
Hey guys, welcome back, and we just had a great series from Paradise Esports and Ultra Rare Esports, who are currently tied 1-1, right?
Yeah.
And that previous game, they were really neck and neck.
Yeah, they're really finding ways here for them to win, especially edge it out with some cheesy combos from the side of Paradise Esports, and I like it. This is anything you can get just to win the games is really respectable here, and I hope Paradise Esports has more like a rabbit out of the hat here of a composition for the next draft.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of new strategies here, especially when we reach the middle of this regular season as well. All teams are looking to cement their positions, and it's like when you reach the middle of a marathon, it's always about finding the pace, right? And now with the global bans and picks, they won't be able to take the Lam and the Liu Bang, of course. But for Ultra Rare Esports, if they want to do it, if they wish to do the Liu Bang and Lam, I mean, they can do it for themselves too.
Yep, they can do the same combo though. I mean, I think they did this before. They picked up the Lamb on Ultra Rare when they were fighting against Team Max, so that's not impossible. They could actually do it for their composition too, so this could be a possibility that they could do. Paradise Esports still has a lot in the bag, and I do think they still have some compositions that they can work with.
Yeah, and with the third draft, it's going to be the best of one, right? Whoever wins this takes the series as well as the points. Now, for Paradise Esports right now, this points, I mean, it means a lot because they're fighting for positioning, especially when you go up against a team that you think you can win. You think you should be winning. In terms of experience, Paradise Esports, they have way more experience than the Ultra Rare boys. And Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they have been impressing me so far because has been one of their debuts in an international / regional series as well. And they've been working out extremely well against the other metas as well.
Oh yeah, and again, that's what I like about this. It's probably because they also have the experience that the same region teams were able to have, like Impunity. If they have been playing scrims against them, this really gives them a bit of an edge against the other teams. But Paradise Esports, as you said, they do have the tools, they do have the experience, so they are really looking to win more of the games here. So let's see if they would be able to cement that in the next game, because it's gonna be an interesting one, because this is the first full best of 3 that we have today.
Yeah, of course. First Tempest Dragon, now first best of 3. It's going to be a very interesting series because both teams, they've expended what they are really known for. So right now they're reaching into the rest of their pocket to actually show what they have. Because when you reach that 3-game status, right, 10 heroes have been expended for your team. So it really tests your versatility when it comes to your role as well as the synergies as well, right? How good of a coach you are. How can you see the rest of the strats that are remaining and are left in the pool?
Oh yeah, and that is something that they need to think about here on our next draft, because this will be very important, because it's a full best of 3. I mean, if it's a 2-0, it's way easier. But again, because it's a 1-1, you need to think about the next picks that you have, because both of you have lost some games. So you will be losing a bit on that department for having more heroes for your side.
Yeah, and really, wow, what a bounce back coming in from Paradise Esports. And this is what I really like about the pro gaming scene in general, right? Every game is never an impossible game. And I feel that for Paradise Esports, it just looks like, yeah, they lost all momentum, especially after a few of the blunders that they made. But with that one Tempest Dragon fight, they were able to take it back. And similarly for Ultra Rare Esports, they were defeated in a terrifying fashion yesterday, but they just took it one game at a time. And of course, in this series, it's a complete mental reset from them.
Yeah, it's going to be a different story here for them. They would be needing to take a step back, think about what happened, think about what they did wrong from our last game, because it was a potential comeback. They could have won that game against Paradise Esports with the trajectory that they're going. In Paradise Esports, this is the time to really ride that momentum from winning that Tempest series, because with this, Ultra Rare Esports might be phased from that loss that they got.
Yeah, there's a lot of momentum when it comes to these kind of games as well. Paradise Esports high off their win as well. So Ultra Rare Esports, they need to really calm and stop that momentum as well, right? So you're going to see a lot more invasion, a lot more pacey gameplay coming out from potentially Paradise Esports. So they are the ones that have been opening up with the cheesy picks, right? They have been coming out with the Lam and the Liu Bang and everything as well. But of course, it's always what's at stake that's important, right? This is still regular season. If nobody gets eliminated here because they're 4th and 5th position, but they always have to be worried about the 7th and 8th position because only 6 teams will be making it to the playoff stage.
Yeah, and remember, starting from today, most of the teams that only had 2 games, like See You Soon, which is going to be fighting later, they're going to be fighting more games starting today. They're going to be playing more days because they need to fill up the round robin here for everybody. And this week and next week are going to be really tough for most of these teams. So they need to really set themselves apart from the other teams so that they don't get the 7th and 8th place.
Yeah, and it's always about you thinking, yeah, day one's not that important. But in the grander scheme of things, you have to think about it like you're playing against every single team once. So if you think you can win that team, you better get the points from them. Because if you go up against the top 3, as of right now, Impunity, Pause Gaming, and Fearless Esports, it's very unlikely that they're going to give you any points because they're fighting another game. They're fighting for the top 1 and 2 seed, which secures them a place in that upper bracket playoffs as well, right? They don't have to go through the play-in stage. And eventually, what comes out of these playoffs is going to be that ticket to KWC. We do have one slot for them in that KWC Internationals.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. Even stronger teams like Fearless Esports, who we have seen from the last year to be able to go on the global stage or the bigger stages, were not able to get in Invitational Season 3 because Impunity just beat them. So that's why it's important to get that one slot here in the tournament so that they would be able to represent the whole Wildcard King series. So right now, it's going to be all pressure for all of our teams, and experimentation, it's okay if you do it in the round robin as long as you make sure that you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs really. Well, that's going to be a different ball game because I believe in playoffs we're going to have a best of fives. So right now it's already best of threes, and really we start to see more versatility. But in best of fives, the scenario comes where you're playing potentially 3-2, right? So there's like 25 different heroes for your pool that you need to pull out from. And for Ultra Rare Esports right now, they identified that Dharma will be a problem coming out from Paradise Esports.
Ooh, first ban on that Dharma. Gonna be pretty important here for them so that Paradise won't be able to do those setups, especially for the Hands of You song. But again, Y20 really needs to step up in this game if they want a really safe pick for him. A Byron, a Mayin could actually come out, but the Byron will be way better because the Mayin a while ago wasn't really performing on the side of Paradise.
Any Luna maybe for Ultra Rare Esports?
Actually,
because Luna is in the pool and you do have the first pick. It's a very strong first pick as well.
Okay, there you go. Luna has been there and your wish has been served. And with this, Luna getting picked could actually mean two things. Paradise Esports could go for the Young Princess Frost so that you counter the Luna specifically and he won't be having a really good time in this game unless they really have something else in store for them that would be able to counter that Luna.
Yeah, they do go for the Byron though, right? And of course, they will have that pay available. So that's a very strong combo as well. Now, something that they need to think about is the farm lane, right? Which, how weak their farm lane is because the Loom is not available. And I feel that a very strong farm laner that has been overlooked in the entire wildcard series, I feel it's the Lady Sun, who has that survivability and the burst damage as well. So with this best of 3, they might start exploring that.
Oh yeah, especially that they've been banning a lot of the options here, but I like that they picked the Mayin together with the Newell for the side of URE, because this gives them a way to cut off rotations if ever the Luna and the Mayin goes in, so the emergence is there as a stopgap if ever somebody wants to exit.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of keep away coming out from Ultra Rare Esports. Man advantage is there, mobility is there as well, but I mean, Paradise Esports going with the stock standard, right? Pay Byron. Byron really loves to keep fighting and fighting because there's a lot of sustain with the force field suppression. And of course, pay with the mobility. He can join those extended team fights at any time. And going with that, sure, very interesting pick, right? With that Silky Beauty, you do have the ability to actually kind of CC one person.
Yeah, and compared to a lot of the other mid laners that we have, I think Shi together with the Yixing doesn't really need a lot of resources. They just need to hit the Silky Imprint and even the Taking Liberties for the Yixing, and they're already set for life. And that's what they want here. They want a bit of that single target crowd control from Belby. And it could be good here because looking at what Ultra Rare Esports has, they already have a lot of heroes that are very resource intensive.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for both sides, Ultra Rare Esports, right? I would feel that your Nuwa is currently under a lot of threat right now because there's a potential jump coming out from Pei and Byrod that on the Nuwa, you if you get caught out, it's definitely, yeah, you're not going to have a good time if you don't have a frontliner. Mayin, Luna, yes, but what do you go for with the support? And banning the Zhangfei out, now it means that this option is not available. Maybe they're looking at the Liam Po angle, but for Paradise Esports, now they need to think about the farm laner. They go for the Liam Po instead.
Yeah, they really needed somebody to go in front, and that was the problem with Ultra Rare a while ago. The reason why Kenny wasn't able to move forward as Pei is because there's nobody to frontline for him, to help him to move forward, and this Leon Po really fills that gap, and even with the Byron together with him, this is such a perfect combo for Paradise Esports, and this is already good, but Ultra Rare Esports, what do they answer with?
Yeah, they need a front line for themselves, or they can go full in on the mobility, right? Ultra Rare Esports, the Dolia is not available. That would have been a great pick coming in from them, but they go for the Shoyue themselves. And for them, I feel that they will be going for the Mozi themselves as well, the Cannon Blast.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of long range artillery here for Ultra Rare, the Nuwa to the Shoryu to go together with the Motsu. So they have a lot of long range. The problem here is they needed somebody to help out the Luna when she goes in, but it could be something that what they want here is just to assassinate the backline, go in and go out. But Paradise Esports answers back with a Chano so that they have the damage. This completes the composition, and looking at it, I'm kind of favoring Paradise Esports' comp because they are more well balanced.
Yeah, they are more well balanced in terms of having that team fight, but I feel that I favor Ultra Rare. Like personally, I favor Ultra Rare because with the Nuwa and the Shoyue and Mozi, they have a lot of ability to poke and prod, right? And poking and prodding, it does a lot of chip damage. And Paradise Esports, if they fall behind in terms of chip damage, suddenly their backlines becomes way accessible to the Mayin and the Luna as well.
Yeah, the only goal here for Paradise Esports is to just start the fight whenever they can, because if ever they get poked a lot by Ultra Rare, they might be losing a lot of HP, and that's not a good thing to have whenever you start fights. So that's why Paradise needs to start fights as fast as they could.
Yeah, game number 3 is headed underway. Ultra Rare Esports going up against the only Laos representatives of Paradise Esports, and both teams are fighting to get the series.
Yeah, they're looking to win this series to cement themselves on the 4th place spot, but 919, look at what he's doing. He's trying to do his best to get something out of the objectives here, or rather the camps out of URE, so that Kenny doesn't get to level 4 as fast.
Yeah, and that just might mean that his rotations got a little bit slower, because what he was doing there was trying to get the chip damage, but the cannon barrage, Tom, he has to flash away, but yeah, that was so close. And Tom having that to flash away at this point, Shoyue is going to have a field day.
Yeah, gonna be a tough lane to match here for Tom, because he flashed away already. It's gonna be very dangerous to fight against Law and Flick right now in the bot side, so he has to be careful now. Kenny's level 4, he's in the bot side, so they can start the fights whenever they want.
Yeah, Cannon Blast will be a setup before Ultra Rare Esports, so they need to watch out for that consistently. Sure, it can be poking and prodding, but you don't know when the members are coming in. You gotta watch out for Kenny, who's hiding in the bushes right now, and he goes and jumps onto 919, potential threat with the Matrix, locking him up right now. 919 does not have the energy to continue the rest of the team fight, but 120, he's not gonna have a good time against the Byron, right? Mayin versus Byron is just a bully.
Yeah, every time. Oh, top side. Might be Yu Song getting killed here, but never mind. I think this is just Kenny just taking resources as much as he can from the sprites, because his camps weren't really spawned just yet. So this is going to be the start of the game. If ever they won't find a way to stop Kenny from just getting resources, this might be bad, because Kenny on an assassin is just a match made in heaven for URE.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports right now, they do have the emergence committed on the bottom side. They want to find some more pressure onto Tom. They've identified that Tom is going to be the weak link, which is true, right? Because if you think about the Pay and the Byron, you're not going to be able to find them as of now. We do see teams leaning towards more of trying to control Yusong, trying to control the Byron as much as possible. And I feel that that could be an angle that Ultra Rare Esports should be exploring.
Yeah, they would be able to kill Yusong on the top side and get advantage for Y20. That really just takes out half of the purpose of this Byron pick. So they need to think about that, or what they should do is just to find a way to accelerate Flick and get him some kills on the bot side, so that they wouldn't be, or rather they would be on one of their win conditions already.
Yeah, already 3 minutes into the game. That 4-minute mark is extremely important for Tyrant as well. And Ultra Rare Esports, with this Tyrant spawning, right? I think that they are going to have a way better time of trying to disrupt as much as possible. But something that they have to watch out for, this Tremor Smashes hitting multiple targets. They don't want that. And now MZK is here and he's able to spot out Law. But matrices have been set up. Annihilation being used. Tom falling extremely low and gets shut down. White 20 finds the jump. And that's going to be first blood. And Ultra Rare Esports, with that 20 seconds remaining, they are actually going to get that map advantage.
Oh, no.
But look at 919. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, Tom hasn't been, oh man, Tom doesn't really have a good day here because he was fighting against 3 long-range characters and he wasn't even able to get close. And that's the hardest thing about playing the Chano against a lot of long ranges because you don't really have the same amount of range as them and you don't have access to any artillery to even fight back.
Yeah, at this point, 919 completely forfeits the Tyrant here. And now, with the Overlord being taken from the side of Paradise Esports, a trade has been going on. And Paradise Esports right now, they're just trying to just readjust, trying to recuperate, trying to recover as much as possible. And in the net worth, I mean, they're not falling too far behind. They just need to find more farm onto 919.
Just need to find it and they just need to go at it. Emergence.
Yeah, being used, think inside the box as well. Matrix is not able to be found, and MZK, he's in the thick of it. But yeah, you saw him. He's extremely deep, and lethal will be that target. Now, with Mayin going and counter kill onto Belby, Yusong will fall, and Y20, what a timing with Kenny as they collapse in on that bottom side.
Yeah, they got the kill on most of the members here. 3 for 1, and that was a really good engage here. Having the man advantage, capitalize on it, and let them get punished on the other side. But again, the mid lane might fall down here.
Yeah, 919 has been doing a great job of responding to the macro aggressions, and now he might be in a bit of trouble. Cannon barrage onto 2, while Wind Charge finds the mark onto MZK. 919 will be able to get out, but MZK being the collateral damage.
What a great catch on that Cannon Blast again, and the Moxes in this games have been really crucial to get those kills, and they have been really good. Multiple man Cannon Blasts have been really great to start off the fights and force an engage against them.
Yeah, and Nuwa really thrives when she has the ability to have that vision, right? That annihilation, especially if she is able to get the damage items. If she's able to get the Mage's Tome, those items are going to deal a lot of damage, a lot of shred damage, because if you think about it, Paradise Esports, they don't have a true frontliner in a sense. They're all counter initiators. They want to keep their HP as high as possible.
Oh yeah, and it's so hard to even engage, especially if Paradise Esports aren't looking for any fights. They should, and Y20, they find them.
Yeah, he's forced to flash away. That's a good key utility use, but look at this. 919, he's in a lot of trouble. Annihilation, able to find its mark, and 919 will be out of the game.
What was that? That was 2. That was a Wild Wind and Annihilation. Where do you dodge at that point?
Yeah, and now they will be struggling to defend this middle lane turret because 919 has the bulk of the farm. MZK falling extremely low. Wallwind not able to find its mark, but your sights is on this turret. That Wallwind is just collateral damage, and now MZK, he gets out alive.
Oh yeah, they might be looking for this. Gonna go for the dive.
Yeah, you saw him. He's getting dived on. There's no macro to be found. Forced to flash away once again. Battle spells being used left and right.
Oh yeah, they have been flashing away all of the time, or if they won't be able to flash away, they just die to the hands of URE, and they have been really great at just putting the pressure on Paradise Esports. They're forcing them to do something, but because they aren't reacting accordingly, they haven't even hit a really good silky imprint from Belby. It's really hard to do something. The artilleries from these guys have been really good.
Don't be so serious.
Yeah, and there's a lot of poke damage coming out from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. This is what I was worried about, right? If you poke consistently and you poke enough, the team fight doesn't happen. And for Paradise Esports, they want the team fight, but if they're too low, that team fight is not going to be able to fruition.
Yeah, there's a lot of AoEs for Paradise Esports, and they can't even get in range to even take the fights, which is really hard for their composition. Right now, they're getting pushed left and right. They're getting overwhelmed. The 3k gold lead, or make it 4k gold lead now for Ultra Rare, has been really apparent in this game.
Yeah, now Ultra Rare Esports, they continue to traverse around the map. Now, Paradise Esports, what they can do here is trying to find a catch, trying to find a trap available, right? They still have the bushes to work with, but very important is to find out Y20's position. But already with the matrices, MCK might be in a little bit of trouble. He does have the flash, but that Overlord has been taken from the side of Paradise Esports. But Luna going in, Kenny going ham. Tom nearly gives up his own life there, but Kenny, he might be in trouble, but Tom gets shot down.
What a flick shot again from Flick from far away. And again, this is what they have been doing. The long range battles have been taken. Somebody goes in, it's either Kenny or Y20. Then Lifo and Flick are just gonna capitalize on the chaos and hit their skill shots, and it's always working.
Yeah, Tyrant going the way of Ultra Rare Esports. 919 trying to deal as much macro damage as possible. But taking a look at this, right? Kenny going in first, while wind charge, getting the snipe onto Tom there.
Really unfortunate for Tom. He hasn't been able to even play as much just because he's always targeted by one, the Annihilation, and two, the Wild Winds, which is really hard for him to do anything. They can't even commit. They're getting pushed back, and they are playing at the range that Ultra Rare Esports would always want.
And this poke damage is something that is very concerning right now, but already Kenny, he might be jumping in, able to disengage Paradise Esports. They get away with it for now, but 919, he's falling extremely low, half HP, has to watch out for the Annihilation, while Wind Charge takes out a third of Tom's HP bars. They're unable to frontline, and it's a very worrying factor. Y20, he'll be toying with the likes of Yusong at this point. They have the mobility to work with. Now, this is where Paradise Esports, they will shine. It is the high ground defense, but something that they have to consistently worry about is going to be the Annihilation.
Yeah, and especially the objectives getting taken. It's going to be hard. Y20.
Y20, he's trying to pull as much as possible, eventually gets shut down, and that's going to be huge coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. They will secure an objective location only. They still haven't secured that Overlord. It might be contested, and Ultra Rare Esports, they get the Overlord, and the Wallwind charge, they got to run. Emergence coming through as well. Lifo is able to be loud and proud here. MZK, he's trying to peel as much as possible, has the flash to get away, but not enough, as Yusong and MZK will fall. They will have the Vanguards available. This might be the game-ending push coming out from Ultra Rare Esports as they commit the Shadow Vanguard on that middle lane with that catapult available. 919, 7 seconds into the frame. Emergence in the back line just to stop Belby from laying on the damage. They lost that catapult, but they will still have more coming in. 919, he's alive now. Flick extremely low. If he fell there, that would have been huge, but now Tom is gone. Jumped in the back line. 919, he's the only one alive. MZK will be here, but 919 is not long for life, man. Now Shadow Vanguard already dealing the damage here. Now think inside the box is being used. MZK, he's here. Y20 on a dot of HP. Still get the finish onto Yusong. Ultra Rare Esports, they're playing out of their minds as they secure the series 2-1.
They tried their best to clear, just so they had some time to breathe, but it was not enough. With what we've seen here, Ultra Rare Esports played really, really well, and the Luna, there's a reason why you ban it against Kenny. He was able to play it well, but the stars of the shows were the archers at the back. They were just hitting, poking, and prodding against the members of Paradise Esports, and that's why Ultra Rare just got the edge there.
Yeah, poke meta is just so strong coming in from Ultra Rare Esports, using that Shoryue to a maximum degree, and of course, Lifo as well. And of course, the Cannon Blast. You can't forget the Cannon Blast coming out from Law, right? The setup was immaculate. Think inside the box was crazy. This guy had 14 assists.
Yeah, it was really insane. Look at this though. It was a 2-1 for URE, but it was a really tough game 1 in game 2. But this time, they really just took out all the restrictions that they have for themselves that happened during game 2, and they just went in with what they know best. Lifo really loves playing the Nua, and Kenny really loves playing the Luna. So that's why when they picked that up, they were performing tremendously.
Yeah, and Flick, his Shoryue is something that really not to be trifled with, right? Tom going on that channel there, I would have felt that, yeah, channel's not as good of a lane bully. It does very well against poke style heroes, but Flick is not really in terms of right click poke, right? He's more of a range poke with his skill shots. And for Tom, it's very hard to avoid that. And with that, Ultra Rare Esports, they have cemented themselves more points in the league standings.
Oh yeah, this is gonna give them more points. This is really good. Cements themselves in the 4th place, and they really just have to deal with the next step here for Ultra Rare. It's looking really good for this team. They have been finding out a lot of things. They have been growing pretty well, and I love the development of URE ever since the day number 2 of their games. But look at that, it was not even close. URE was just going up the top, and it was the reason why they won this game.
Yeah, and a lot of times in a best of 3, when you reach that 3rd game, most of these teams here, they haven't been in a global ban pick setting where you reach that 3rd game and suddenly your hero pool gets tested by a lot, right? What other combos are there? They haven't been playing the main stretch of the best of 5s, had the best of 7s. They don't have that experience, and it really starts to show. But that Ultra Rare Esports, they have the experience that can actually outshine people who's been on that stage. Paradise Esports, they actually have more experience than Ultra Rare Esports.
Oh yeah, that is really true. And this is why this team has been slowly being one of the favorites here for our tournaments. It's how they have been playing. They're a new team and they are really performing. And Law getting the MVP in this game, this is just the Motsu's show, this whole series, because whoever picks it, they will become the MVP for that game.
And Motsu has been a lot of the key setup factors, and a lot of people, yeah, sure, you can't avoid the cannon blast, but you can't avoid it forever. It's such a low cooldown and a low committal spell, right? You can use it whenever you want, and they've been able to abuse it as well with the Shouyue and the Annihilation coming out. While when Annihilation from Nuwa, that's just icing on the cake. Law, he was consistently able to set up. And the thing inside the boxes, they were immaculate as well, always placed in a position where he's always trying to take out a key utility for the other opponents, especially 919.
Oh yeah, that's why it was so good. Again, the Cannon Blast, whenever it hits, the Nuwa would just go for the Resplendence, the Wild Wind would be able to hit, and the long-range battles that they have been taking here has been really good, and they really played out of the range of the other team every time, and that's why Paradise Esports really just struggled. And this time, it's going to be a challenge for the other teams on how they will be dealing with it. But look at this, the first part of our game, Tom wasn't able to play. He was just really having a hard time there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they found a pick onto Lethal, right? But they weren't ready for Kenny's answer. And Y20 being there as well, all 5 members were able to just deal the damage needed. Just dive the turrets. The turrets don't matter. And Kenny going in, yeah, it set up the trap for that Wild Wind shot coming out from Flick.
Yeah, the Wild Wind shots have been great here for Flick. Every time you can see him trying his best to get something out of that. But again, this one was really crazy. Flick just stealing out on that Overlord. Remember, they had the Primal Bond there, but they still stole the Overlord on the front here of Paradise Esports. And that just really stinks for Paradise.
Yeah, and Law with the thing inside the box and the flash kept 919 in place, right? That was the first kill and couldn't get the smite on the Overlord because of that. And that just led to this kind of domino effect where 919 is gone. That's your main farm because he's been getting all the macro from across the map. And Law just found that key opportunity. They lost that Shadow Vanguard and suddenly, it just started falling like dominoes, man.
Yeah, it was really hard to see, especially for their side. But again, See You Soon and Fearless Esports are gonna be next year for our games. It will be really tough here for the next one because See You Soon hasn't won a game. Fearless Esports has won all their games, so it will be an uphill battle here for See You Soon. But you know what? They will take the challenge and they would love to.
This is a true test of how much you want to be in WKS, right?
Yes.
Well, for Fearless Esports, I mean, they are the top seed. And for See You Soon, they are at the very bottom. So it's about really a litmus test, right? See you soon. Are you gonna go out in a trial by fire with fireworks everywhere against Fearless Esports, a top seed, or are you just gonna lay down there and just die?
Yeah, and that is going to be the challenge here for See You Soon. Let's see if they will be able to punch back against Fearless Esports. But before that, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
See you.
Dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wildcard King series. Spring season 2025. We are at week 2, day 2, last series. But before anything, I'm your caster, Moman. Joined with me today will be Dash. How are you feeling, Dash?
Yeah, really, very excited for this last one, though. It's Fearless Esports versus See You Soon. There's a lot more to lose for Fearless Esports because See You Soon are at the bottom of the barrel. So if they win this, it will be very legendary to see.
Yeah, I mean, for See You Soon, it just feels like right now they haven't found any form of collateral, any form of tempo at all. And for Fearless Esports, this is their prime time because they just recently beat Impunity. And that's going to be one of the top dogs coming in as well, right? Fearless Esports, I mean, they struggled a bit against Paradise Esports yesterday. And it was surprising to see out of them. But I hope that right now they have cleaned up their strategies a lot more. And against this Cambodian region, I feel that Fearless Esports, they're not going to have too much of a problem.
Yeah, this is much more of a challenge for See You Soon rather than a challenge for Fearless Esports because of how strong they are currently. They're leading 4-0 and they have been playing all the day so far. They have been playing every day. But wait, what is this audience prediction that I'm seeing? See You Soon is getting 90% and Fearless 10?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. See You Soon has a very big fan base, right? They are a huge gaming organization in Cambodia as well, and they're supported by many. So everybody wants to see You Soon do well because they are a huge organization entering into WKS as well. They are hoping that the Cambodian region does well. And of course, I feel that playing against people better than yourselves, playing against teams that are extremely strong, it's a way to improve as well.
Yeah, it's also going to be a learning moment here for the team because if ever they lose against Fearless Esports, it's okay. At least they can improve for the next one. And also, the reason why they have a 0-2 here is because they also fought against Boss Gaming, which is a really hard fight too. But again, let's introduce the team. See You Soon with Peanut on the Clash lane, Uriel Boy, Takumi, Immune, and Furland are gonna be the members of See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, these members, they've been doing extremely kind of like scrappy team fights. They're really scrappy when it comes to team fights. They will fight tooth and nail. They will keep fighting again and again. And I really like that about that See You Soon region, right? But they always struggle when it comes down to these mid-game decisions, when it comes down to macro gaming as well. It feels like Peanut is unable to match the other Clash laner when it comes down to just getting map advantages. One Real Boy, I feel that his jungle evasions have been good in the early game. And for the other side, we have Fearless Esports from Hong Kong in the Chinese region, Fable on that Clash lane, Sky in the jungle lane, and Yin mid role, KK very strong on that farm lane, would win on that support.
Yeah, let's be honest here. Everybody here in Fearless Esports are superstars. Every one of them. Especially for Sky, who has been filling up for who has been the hole for Dao Dao before Dao Dao was the original member of Fearless Esports back in the jungle. But Sky has been filling that hole up pretty well, and it is really good to see that Fearless Esports have been the one dominating right now in the WKS. But let's take a look at both of these players, Immune and KK. What is that? 31-226 on that record? That's actually crazy for KK.
Yeah, this guy is just crazy with the spacing. Mechanically, he will destroy anyone in the lane. We saw even the likes of Up getting soloed in a 1v1. KK has been shown to be the most mechanically gifted farm laner so far in the entire WKS, right? If you look at the kill participation per game, 7.75, damage-wise, 569,000. I mean, this is just very scary to compare to Immune, because Immune, like when you speak of it, right?
Yeah.
It's still kind of new to playing international. But meanwhile, for KK, it's just like, yeah, you're a parent, an adult to a kid.
It's been a lot of times already that they've been in the international stage for Fearless Esports because they have been sticking with this composition every time. Oh, wait, my favorite part. Takumi, no luck, no hope, just Fearless, see you soon at the respawn. Ooh, okay. But KK going with, after today, you won't want to see us again. Okay, I like this from KK.
Yeah, I mean, currently See You Soon, they have a lot of good banter, but banter is just banter. They haven't been able to show it in the Gorge. Meanwhile, for Fearless Esports, they've been walking the talk, right?
Yeah.
They've been saying like, yeah, you guys are gonna lose. It's gonna be a clean sweep, and it's happening. Every time KK says this, it's like a policy that he just laid down, and suddenly it becomes law.
Oh yeah, that's true. And again, with this banters that we have, this is just friendly banters for our players. And we always love to see that, right? Every player always has a chance here. Every time you play the game, you always have banters with your enemies, even your teammates, actually. But again, for this game alone, it's going to be a really hard one for See You Soon. So they need to find a way to actually win this, because Fearless Esports has been flawless so far.
Yeah, Fearless Esports currently the team to beat the top seed so far. So this would be a huge upset if See You Soon can even get a point from them, right? Getting one game in this series is just a potential upset, because to get that top seed, Fearless Esports, they're currently undefeated. The only team that can potentially beat them left over is Pause Gaming, because Impunity has already had their chance and they already fell short. It was a 2-0.
Yeah, Pause Gaming really needs to change things up, change gears, because I remember on the qualifiers, Fearless Esports also handed it to them. They won that qualifiers, and that's the only reason why Pause Gaming is here is because they had to take 2 on that qualifiers. But again, it was Fearless Esports who did it, and they would want revenge on the next round robin that we're gonna see them in.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of See You Soon, there's a lot of restructuring in terms of just mental thinking, right? In terms of drafting, that needs to be done as well. Like their drafts, it feels a bit disjointed still. Like they've been drafting kind of very reactive to the opponents, and it feels like I still don't know what kind of team See You Soon is until today, because with the drafts they're trying to cover a lot of angles. Feels like they're trying to cover one of everything, and there's no actual true playstyle that they have leaned towards. So I'm really looking forward to them developing more character as an organization, as an esports team, right? What are you known for? Like, for example, if you think about Pause Gaming, if you think about Impunity, you know that Pause Gaming, they want to fight and fight. And so they're going to draft like fighting lineups. And Impunity, they go for the macro, they go for the objectives. So you see them draft the mobility lineups. And now for See You Soon, I can't really tell what kind of esports team they are.
Yeah, the playstyle has been all over the place, right? You need to really have that identity as an organization. And this is what they needed here for See You Soon. Maybe after this match against Fearless Esports, they get like that, what do you call that? That anime flashback. Then they will think about this game again. And the next time that we'll see them is just a different, improved version of See You Soon. So I hope that happens this time, because even if they lose this, it's still a learning moment for See You Soon.
Yeah, this is the truest of the Cinderella stories, where we have See You Soon going up against Fearless Esports. As you can say, this is David versus Goliath, or, you know, an ant versus an elephant. Technically, an ant would win an elephant, I feel. But yeah, because they're small, they're agile. And yeah, I mean, See You Soon, they have the advantage that you have a lot of footage of Fearless Esports. You know what they do. You know what they're good for, and you know how they play. Meanwhile, for See You Soon, there's still a lot of unknowns, right?
Yeah.
They could have a potential strategy hidden up until here in week 2, day 2, and suddenly they just pull it out, the Liu Bang Lam, like we saw out of Paradise Esports. But suddenly, it's just going to throw Fearless Esports off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. I hope they have something that could come out of the Magic Hat anytime. I think for other regions, for the Major East, I think that is Gen G in a box. That is exactly what they do. They surprise the strongest teams with the craziest of drafts. And maybe they could do this for the side of See You Soon, because most of the time, we haven't seen any really good experimentations from all of the teams. They always have been just following the meta. And they haven't really just went away to do something else just to surprise other teams.
Yeah, and there's a lot of experimentation here. Yes, I feel that right now, though, I don't think it's the time for experimentation anymore. You're up against the top seed. There's a potential upset at your hands, you know, at your disposal. You can actually cause an upset here. And I feel that, yeah, if you are given the chance to have an upset, it's time to bring out your best drafts. It's time to stop experimenting and then just show us what you really have.
Yeah, do your best on just actually winning against the other team, especially with Fearless Esports on the board here. They can do a lot of experimentation, because so far what I like about Fearless Esports is how they played the games ever since the qualifiers. They have been very experimental with the drafts. They have been drafting the Hano, but this time they haven't drafted that yet, and they have been playing it seriously.
Yeah, and so far I just feel that right now, like for all these teams in the WKS, right? If I wanted to put them on the chart, I feel that Fearless Esports right now, I mean, they're just unbeatable. It's unbeatable on that power ranking chart. It's like going up against the strongest animal in the kingdom. Like then you are just trying to look at him like a little predator, and then you're thinking, yeah, maybe I can take him down, but it's still not your time. And about all these teams, I just feel that they are still trying to bide their time. They're still trying to get the power levels, waiting for the teams to get old, maybe. Like, you know, like when you talk about like Kung Fu, you know, maybe wait for the master to get too old, then afterwards you can take over.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what you may do. And again, that is what happens whenever the master just gets older. He doesn't have the same amount of power, and that could actually happen here. So Fearless Esports could actually lose a lot of the endurance here, just because they have been playing every day so far. I mean, not every day. I mean, almost every week they have been playing every time, and they haven't had a break yet. So See You Soon could actually capitalize on that.
Yeah, and as a qualifier team, Fearless Esports, I mean, they've really done a lot to impress the audience that have been watching so far. Fearless Esports, they've been pulling out impossible scenarios. They've they were the first one to end the game before that 9-minute mark. They set the first record. But of course, if I gotta say, right, at the end, like my predictions for playoffs is gonna be slightly different. I gotta say, like playoffs, I mean, Fearless Esports, they might have shown a bit too much of their hand, and now teams are going to start studying them. So playoffs, we might have a very different stage.
Oh yeah, for the playoffs, especially for the teams here, it's gonna be important for them to think about how this is gonna pair in the playoffs. And I do think some of the other teams here haven't been showing much of their cards yet, and I like that. Honestly, just not showing everything is good because, as I said, the qualifiers, Hano has always been picked here by Fearless Esports on the jungle, and they haven't done that just yet. But again, for what we've seen here before that, everybody, we're just gonna be showing you the players for now because we're still waiting for our players. Again, we're just gonna be taking a bit of a break here before we head into our game.
Hello guys and welcome back. We had to take a short break because the players weren't ready, but they are now. It's going to be Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against See You Soon, the top dog, the top seed of the entire WKS, going up against See You Soon, who has not had a particularly good run this season.
Yeah, they haven't really had the best of luck here against the enemies that they were facing against, and that's why they weren't able to get any scores just yet. But 0-2 is still okay at this point, but Fearless Esports gonna be an uphill battle here for See You Soon. So they have to really put their best foot forward in this game.
Yeah, and of course, it's also about the fear of relegation and also making it to playoffs, right? Playoffs, it's a very different stage when it comes to the qualifiers. So getting that experience in playoffs, even though you might not be champion, there's still that kind of spirit in esports where you always try no matter what. And we'll be heading into the drafts really soon. But of course, this will be a best of 3. It's going to be a global ban pick as per normal.
Yeah, and it will be important for them to win this for See You Soon if ever they want to still come back here. I mean, 0-3, if this is going to be a 0-3, it's going to be really bad. It's going to be as hard as what Pro Esports has been facing recently, because they're currently on a 0-4 and it is not going to be good. They have to win the next 4 matches, which is really a tough ask for Pro Esports right down there at the 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at the middle of the season, it's where things start to heat up. And now we have not even seen any mirror matches, right? The Cambodian region versus the Cambodian region. So we don't know who's the top Cambodian team out of the 3. Like, if you think about Team Max, Team See You Soon, and of course, what's the last one? Pro Esports. Yeah. These 3, we don't even know who's the strongest out of them yet, because they've yet to play each other in the regular season.
Yeah, honestly, we don't really know. To be honest, we've seen some moments, really great moments from Team Max, but because they weren't able, I mean, 3 of them are right now at the bottom, but Team Max has been the closest one to getting a win, because that game against Ultra Rare Esports was really close. So they're kind of the closest one right there, but it's still going to be a challenge how they will be able to deal with it, because right now, Fearless Esports is going to be on the blue side, and this time around, they're fighting against See You Soon, and it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that you need to ban out from Fearless Esports. It's really impossible, and really, it's about finding your identity as See You Soon, right? Banning out the heroes that are crucial to what you're going against, or banning out those pocket bans, like the Mai Shiranui, who is extremely strong on Yin.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be really tough here, because right now, with the Dharma and together with the Mai Shiranui, these are classic bans and we've seen it every time. And on the hands of the Masters, the Fearless Esports squad, it's gonna be really tough. But again, classic is gonna be a Luna on the side of Fearless Esports, especially in the first game. So they will have the first pick here. Either the Mai Shiranui has been down, they can go for that Byron for that first pick, or even just go with the Lung, just so KK would be safe on that first pick.
Yeah, and for See You Soon, they do have that premium opening of the pay Byron as well, if they wish to do so. Of course, the Lung, it's going to be a problem, because the infinite vastness, it presents that huge issue about that survivability, but they go for the other stock standard. I really like this. The Dolia Dun, that survivability coming through with the Unruly Blade and the Celestial Melody, that's a lot of disrupt.
Yeah, there's a lot of disrupt already on that comp, especially if they want to have more disrupt in this. Oh, okay, there's the pay, there's the Byron for sure, or never mind, they even go with the Lady Sun for their side. But on the other end, they answer back with the Direnjie for See You Soon, so that they would be able to go toe-to-toe with that Lung, at least in the earlier parts of our game.
Yeah, I mean, that Imperial Order really good at having that love control factor, right? To just kind of stop out that infinite vastness or that negative armor as well. That armor shred is also very important when it comes to the team fights. But I really like this Lady Zun pick in comparison to having that combo at the start, because Lady Zun versus Dolia and versus Dun is just very strong. That sustain comp is going to get shredded.
Yeah, very, very good. Especially Dun, once he uses the Unruly Blade to go in drop the Destructive Deluge, you won't be able to move forward. And they don't even have the dash also for DNG, so this is a classic. They won't be able to move forward once they fight on a narrow street.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard. And for Fearless Esports, it's now about having that backline access, right? Now that their front line is secure, they need to think about who can access their backlines. And the Elaine is a potential. The Charlotte is a potential. So very good bans coming out from Fearless Esports. Dolia, Elaine, as strong as Dolia doing as well. And for See You Soon, they pick up the Byron to deny that away from Fearless Esports.
There's not really anything to pick anymore. I think they're going to be forced to pick Guan Yu for Fearless because all the Clash laners that we usually see are banned. And the Guan Yu could be a potential pickup here for Fearless Esports so that they would be able to show it this game. And they haven't, or rather, the Darbo also has been banned, so there's nothing. Guan Yu for sure would be the pick here for Fearless Esports.
I mean, for Fearless Esports, if they don't want to go for that disrupt mobility, I mean, there is a chance that they can pick up that Lupu as well. We saw out of Impunity, but yeah, they go for that Guan Yu instead. I would have preferred a Lupu just against the fact that you're going up against a Byron, right? Having that pure damage is just so good, and it's been proven multiple times.
Yeah, and passing through the shields, which Byron has a lot of, is going to be good. But again, they needed somebody to be the front line and be able to deal damage. Even just going for the flanks just so they could move people forward is something that they needed here. But we haven't seen the last pick there. That was a Nua. The Nua was the last pick. I think that really sets them pretty well here for the team, because looking at it though, they really have a lot of disrupt here for the side of See You Soon, a lot of CC, a lot of crowd control, a lot of ways to start fights, a very balanced composition. But on the other end, they have a lot of range on the side of Fearless.
It's the same style all over again, where you have the Motsu, right? The Motsu, the Cannon Blast, is going to be a lot of poke damage. It's like you would think it's a committal hero, but he still has a lot of poke damage as well. And for Guan Yu, he's going to able to weave in and out of these team fights. But now, See You Soon, they have a very strong committal team fight lineup. Their synergy is really good. I really like this draft coming out from See You Soon.
Yeah, especially for this one. See You Soon is as you said, a well-known team from Cambodia and have competed in 3 Honor of Kings tournament, but they have been quite struggling here and they haven't really set themselves out of the other 2 Cambodian teams. Maybe this time, if they play their cards right, they would be able to against Fearless.
Yeah, and KK versus Phoenix actually at the bottom lane, and Ferlin, he's able to kind of disrupt that Woodwind engage, because Woodwind would have provided a lot of lockdown if that Cannon Blast hit onto Phoenix.
Yeah, right now, look at Fable. This is what they want to do, and they would really want to look out for how they win this. And as I said, this team, Fearless, they won the qualifiers, and this is why they're a very strong team. They're really, really scary to face against, and that's why they're at the top right now.
Yeah, they've come with a vengeance this time. They couldn't make it to Invitationals the last time. It was taken away by Impunity. Right now, they have gotten their revenge, but they have to go all the way, right? They have to get the top spot of this league here. And surprisingly, yeah, Phoenix is not the regular farm laner. Usually it's Sakura on See You Soon. But yeah, for you guys, there's a gift code at the bottom of the screen. Open up your HOK app, go inside the menu, and you will go to the CDC page. But look at this fight going on at the bottom lane. Sky, he's able to deal the damage to the backline. Cannon Blast, able to find it. And Yin with the bounces gets the finish. First blood is up. Emergence comes through though. Now, we do see One Real Boy actually getting locked down in the back line.
What was that? He went in with the Unruly Blade, was able to go to the back line, tried to go for the kill, but he didn't really have any damage support. That's why he's gonna get punished here in his own jungle.
Yeah, that was a bit too much of an overzealous move coming out from See You Soon. That would have been a huge blunder in terms of this early map control. Now, it's going to be very hard for them to recover since there's going to be constant pressure coming out from Fable.
Yeah, right now it's going to be a struggle. Let's take a look at what they're going to do next. They have a lot of things in front of them that they have to deal with. But for now, Fearless Esports are just going to be happy to just take over that bottom side of the jungle and find a way to kill Phoenix here in the bot side.
Yeah, Cannon Blast still gonna be a huge problem, combined with riding the win from KK. Consistent knockups, consistent disrupt. We see the emergence coming through. The rest of the members are here. KK extremely low, pops to infinite vastness, able to get out.
Annihilation,
Matrix is not enough to get him in time. Annihilation, not enough to get KK.
Yeah, bit too early, not really have enough damage yet, but while that's happening, top side has been taken down, and bot side, they might go for a dive here.
Yeah,
Never
Peanut,
mind.
On that Byron, definitely is gonna get really focused down by the Guan Yu and Sky, because it's very hard to kill Phoenix as it stands, because Takumi has been consistently coming towards the bottom with the emergence. So they set their sights on another lane instead.
Yeah. And with what we're seeing here for See You Soon, they're really playing it well, because with what we've seen from Fearless, Sky hasn't really went in for... Wait, Peanut King?
Yeah, very low, has the flash, gets away. Luckily, at this point, there's still going to be a lot of pressure on the top lane, though. And with KK having that flaming palm advantage, well, Peanut is not going to have a good time. He should not have stayed at this turret here. One real boy is here, but it's too late.
He got pushed back by Fable, and he wasn't able to do anything there. And this is what you want, right? Whenever a Byron gets picked on the other side, camp him and take out his early game advantage as a bully. You won't really like that. That is already out of the picture. Byron has been muted the whole game, and this is a good start for Fearless.
Yeah, Phoenix can't show his head into the lane, but the pushback from the Razor Cavalry onto one real boy. The bounce is coming through. Not enough damage for now, but this will secure them the Tyrant for now.
Yeah, they're gonna give them a lot more power on the next fights, and Fearless Esports were looking for that. Right now, look at the level, or rather the gold advantage, 4K at 4 minutes. That's such a big gold lead, though. This is not what you see early in the game.
Yeah, 1,000 per minute is not a good look. There's nobody that can poke out in the lane. Cannon Blast become a lot more dangerous. Peanut King, I don't think he can even take a 1v1 versus Fable. If he finds himself slightly out of position, Sky can potentially jump. Now, Emergence being used to try and catch Fable, but they don't have the disrupt, right? Without the Dolia, there's very little disrupt.
The problem here is a lot of people have been invested on the top side. This gives the bot lane KK a bit more opportunity to move forward and even just try to get some chip damage on the structures. But Peanut King,
yeah, very low, and he gets finished off by Sky here. And this would mean there's more space in the enemy jungle. They find one real boy at this moment. But what we want to see here is the Cannon Blast. It connects, and the Unruly Blade used to get out. But this gives them more map advantage, right? You see that KK, he was pressuring the bottom lane. It dragged them all towards that side of the target.
Yeah, Unruly Blade's away, and this is really hard. Fable has been playing so well in this Guan Yu, especially Sky has been camping his lane, and Pinnakin can't even do anything.
Yeah, it's just an extremely hard look already. 7,000 gold advantage for Fearless Esports. See you soon. Even your team fight is not enough. Sky jumping in that back line, able to deal half HP to Peanut King, one real boy, able to get out with the Unruly Blade.
Yeah, Fable was just walking between two towers, and he doesn't even care. He was waiting for anybody to get close, and he did that just so they would be able to push the tower without any answers from See You Soon. And that's a really smart positioning here from Fable.
Yeah, smart positioning indeed coming out from Fable, but I mean, in the end, both teams, right? It's about the net worth gold advantage. It's about the resources, and consistently getting that gold advantage. It's very hard for See You Soon to fight. They have a 5-on-5, but they need to look for that perfect engage now. It becomes very little room for error.
Yeah, they're having such a hard time finding those opportunities, and right on the top side, this gives them some time. Look at where Fable is positioned. He can go for this fight on the top side, though.
Yeah, he is looking for the flank. And Peanut King will not be there. The knockup is found on one real boy. He does have the Unruly Blade to get away, Cannon Blast to engage, refollow, but that turret is what they came for. They won't want to re-engage with this. It's all about poking and prodding. They know that Peanut King is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and they might be able to try and maybe stop them on their tracks, but this time, they are just taking down towers left and right, systematically even. But now Peanut King might be dead here.
Yeah, Sky 1v1 onto Peanut King. He has a lot of farm, but this is a Byron that we're talking about. Peanut King, he's able to survive for very long, but the Rampage, the gold is too far gone. And the rest of the team members, they aren't even able to collapse because of the farm advantage. That Flaming Palm just did so much damage to Furlan.
Yeah, what a really big burst damage, especially if Alung is very much ahead. You'll really not have the best of times, especially if you're one of the heroes that doesn't really have a lot of HP. You can get bursted down pretty easily. Right now, Fearless Esports has a whole control of the map with the 9k gold lead that they have. 5 towers down, and this is such a... Wait, one real boy?
Yeah, he goes in with the Unruly Blade, win slash follow up, not found. Phoenix extremely low. Sky is able to deal so much backline damage as Furlan will fall. Fable is here on the scene of the crime, and now Fearless Esports, they want to get this tier 3. They want it now. They know they're an advantage. Sky extremely low, has to watch out. Peanut King goes in, gets a shutdown onto Sky, but the rest of the team is unable to follow up as Peanut King falls, and the turret as well. Fable pulling out one real boy, and he's in a lot of danger, but the backline is in danger as well. Furlan goes down, and that's all 5 members. Fearless Esports will be taking game 1 in 9 minutes, but there's no creeps at the moment. Takumi's alive, but it does not matter. The emergence is not enough to clear the creeps.
What a collapse coming in from Fearless Esports. Look at how they decisively just went in on the bottom side. Once they got the tower in, Fable went forward, accelerated so that they could pull back one real boy or any of the other members here from the other team so that they won't be able to react. What a good play from Fearless Esports.
Yeah, and at that point, the farm was too far gone. Where you gave that advantage to the pay already, there was no response towards what he was doing, right? There was no actual lockdown. They might have had a good fight, but opening with that Dolia Dun when the pay Byron was available just cuts you off from the lockdown because you don't have the Liang to suppress the pay, which is usually the answer that we see. And you don't have any more form of control. If you take a look at See You Soon's entire lineup, there's no way to lock Sky down.
Yeah, and the only lockdown that they have was that one time that we've seen the Storm Strike coming in from Peanut King. He went in, flashed in, get the kill on Sky. But other than that, yeah, what you're saying is true. A lot of their lockdowns, a lot of their AoEs really rely on big movements or big AoEs to hit. And Sky is very mobile. That's why it's hard to do it.
Yeah, usually we see the likes of Yixing or Assure just to try and really just lock them down, right? But for See You Soon, I really like this lineup because they had a lot of poke potential as well, right? With the new Annihilation, with that Direntia as well, Imperial Order, but they lost their lanes so early. Like before the 4-minute mark, the game felt like it was already decided.
Yeah, and I like the idea that they did here for Fearless. Sky going to top side, muting the Byron. Because what you want, I mean, most of the matchups that Byron fights, he's gonna win. And against a Guan Yu, he wins effectively. But because you had Sky there the whole time, he won the lane, muted the early game of Byron, which is basically half of the reason why you pick him. And that was it. That was their win condition. Stop the Byron from getting the early game so that they can't contest any objectives against us.
Yeah, and what See You Soon did in response was actually not wrong as well. Focusing on the bottom side of the lane with the emergence. And that could have worked out if Phoenix wasn't so far behind. And the Imperial Order, I just felt like, yeah, they couldn't find any value off the stun of it.
Yeah. And again, the MVP of that game is going to be Sky, recognizing where he should be putting himself so that it will give them the most effective mid-game to late game. That is a good thing that they needed to have here for the side of Fearless Esports. And 28% damage, and even damage taken is 28% because he was in most of the fights, and 25% gold of the whole team.
Yeah, Sky currently at the top of the leaderboards of the MVP with 4 MVPs in all the series as well. Of course, they have played the most games, but still, that Sky, he's been MVP almost every single one of them. And I feel that this guy, he is really a good jungler, right? It's what you expect of that high standard of jungling. He can play the assassin. He can play the tank jungles extremely well as well. And you see, he was low HP here. He got caught out, yes, but
Yeah.
definitely it opened the timing for Fable to actually get in.
I think he's the only one who's gonna do like a TikTok challenge now just because they lost. He's the only one who died. That's why I think he needs to do a dance now because of that. But again, it was an awesome performance here for Sky. And with what they did here, it is honestly something that they need to think about here for the side of See You Soon. What could they have done better in this game? Because there's not really a lot of things that they could have done better. They did what they can. They did what they think was best that whole time. And it wasn't really effective. It was really hard for them to answer back against the other team.
Yeah, I just felt that they just lacked the lockdown, and the Dolia's rotation was not as good as I would have felt, right? Because honestly, the Cannon Barrage was Cannon Blast, was consistently able to find its mark on Direnjie, and Dolia was never there with the sustain, was never there with the disrupt. And I felt that that disrupt could have helped if the positioning was there. It would have actually pushed the members into the emergence, and it could have helped that level 4 a bit more. So yeah, they did have a very good draft. They did have a very good lineup. I just felt it's just a bit sad that they lost to Fearless Esports.
And also from what we've seen, they're so conservative right here from Fearless Esports. They haven't been full-on aggressive that whole game. They didn't even go for an invade a lot of times. Most of the time, I do expect them to invade level 4 against, or even level 1, level 2 against the other team. But Fearless didn't do that. They gave See You Soon time to breathe before they started going for those invades.
I think they are very wary, and they know their key power spikes very well, right? Level 1, level 2, as a Pei and Mozi, if you try and invade a Dolia and a Dun, that's not going to be to your advantage at all, because there's so much disrupt coming out. You don't have that level 4 ability from the Pei. You don't have the ultimate, and there's Mozi does not have think inside the box, so there's no lockdown. So they fought their battles really perfectly. They went for, like you said, they went for the Byron instead on the top. So they looked at their advantage in a different way. Instead of taking the gold resources, we take the enemy heroes.
Yeah, and it's also really hard to invade against a Dun because Wind Slash, he has a lot of damage in the early game, and it will be really tough to fight against him. So that's why it's also a smart thing that they did that for side of Fearless. I've seen a lot of games in where Dun versus Pei, and Pei tried to invade and the Dun just bodied him most of the time, which is why still a really smart one for Fearless Esports. But now it's all eyes on See You Soon and what they're going to be doing in this game too.
Yeah, they did have an extremely good draft. So with that, they are unable to pick that again in game 2. Dolia Dun will not be available for them, Lanua as well. And that's a very premium pick, I feel. Dun is one of the strongest tank junglers that's available in the pool. Of course, there's still the Ogren available, so they can take a look at that if they wish to go with the tank jungle route. But I feel that at this time, I still can't really place how they are going to fight against Fearless Esports, because mechanically, the way that they're playing is just flawless.
Oh yeah, they have been really good. That's the reason why they won against Impunity. And it's not really even surprising if they win against Pause Gaming next week, because that's also a big possibility of how strong this team is, and I like it. Sky integrating so well in this version of Fearless Esports is just so good to see.
Yeah, Sky has been performing extremely well. And when you are versus Sky, you have to think about a lot of bans. He can play the Pei, he can play the Luna, he can play the Jing to an extremely high degree as well. That's one of his pocket heroes. He's the only one that has found success with the Jing in the entire WKS so far. And I feel that, teams need to start looking about how you're going to start fighting this guy. Now, there's a lot of stats. Well, it's now about forming strategies. They take out the Dolia, and now for Fearless Esports, they take out the Mai.
Yeah. They got the Mai down. They don't want to fight it. They don't even want to fight against an Arlie for sure. So most likely Fearless Esports is just going to be banning that on their end. But the Luna and Jing will be open here. So especially that they're on the second pick, they can go for that for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Fearless Esports, they do take out the Luna.
Okay.
So See You Soon will not have that available. But for them, there's still a lot of good picks to start with, right? For them, they can pick up the Arlie for themselves if they wish to do so. They do go for the Dharma pick instead. That's also very good. Now, Fearless Esports, they can go for the combo of the Dolia Dun if they want to do it themselves, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Dolia's out.
Yeah, they can even just go for the Jing if ever they want to for the second pick here. I mean, it's not, they don't really need to pick it right now. Later on, they can pick it if they want the last pick to be for Sky. So the Arlie is much more important for them to get it with the Byron. I mean, very well deserved on these picks. This would be good for them for the long run.
Yeah, they're not going for any combos here, but now with the Diadea still available, right? They picked up the Byron for themselves because it's going to be a very good Clash laner versus the Dharma. But since they already picked up a Clash laner, now See You Soon, they're going for that Princess Frost. Do they go for the Liang here?
That's a good question. Do they go for it? Yes, they go for it. So that really takes out a bit of the assassins that Fearless Esports wants to draft, and the early game is gonna go in their favor because that is 3. A Dharma is also in that combo, and that will make it way harder to get away from it.
Yeah, but the thing about Liang is there's a lot of control, but it's only when the enemy invades. It's a counterplay measure. I feel that it's always a counterplay measure. You are never the initiator, right? You are always the counter initiator as a Liang and Princess Frost. It's very hard unless you're flashing forward and doing the suppression. And for Fearless Esports right now, who do you want to flash forward and do the suppression on? Because right now they don't have a pay. They haven't really fully shown their cards. So that Liang Princess Frost is like preparing for something that might not even come.
Yeah, and the only target that they have here is probably going to be the Arlie, or if the Byron just goes in, tries to go in against them. But honestly, you know what? That's already a good thing for them. But what is good about this is that on the side of See You Soon, they can still find a way to pivot this draft on the damage department, which is what they can do here on the next set of picks that we have.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports, they go for that Yuhuan pick. Very good in terms of dealing with the Liang. That disrupt, that stun is extremely good. And also the Unending Sorrow, right? The iframes you can actually play inside the Winters here. And with the board, it's going to be even scarier of a combo because Yixing Byron, if they find anyone locked up against inside the board and Yuhuan is there, he's going to provide sustain. Now, for See You Soon, they do have to respond in terms of trying to pair up the damage with the Princess Frost and the Liang. So yeah, really good response in terms of having that poke damage. And Minky is a very good pick. I would have much preferred something like an Ogren, but of course it is banned out, so they have no choice but to pick up the Minky instead.
Yeah, and they even picked up the Dun a while ago. This could have been good, but the Han Sin is going to be the last pick here for Fearless Esports. So this is honestly, you know what? They were not afraid of the Princess Frost and the Young pick. They didn't even care at that point because Han Sin could be a very good target for the combo if he tries to go in. But one good thing about what you can do with the Han Sin, you can build him tanky, which is also an angle that Fearless could go for because they already have tons of damage from that Arlie anyway.
And we saw this on the first day with Sky on the Hansen. He is building that tank Hansen. He will consistently poke in and out. The main damage dealer will still be on KK and Fable, and on Byron and on Arlie. So Fearless Esports tried and tested, tried and true. They will be using this strategy once again of the tank Hansen. Extremely hard to deal with because there's nothing you can really do against the jump. Now, Fable, he's already going for an early proxy, but Liang is here.
Yeah, this is honestly really good. Seeing him go for this proxy because, you know what? There's nobody who can fight him level 1. Even if you put Menki on here, he wouldn't be able to do so. But what's happening here? Look at that. In the Crimson buff, there's already KK there.
Yep, there's a very early invasion from Fearless Esports, and this has not been sniffed out.
No.
Fable, he brought so much space. Now KK, he gets the Crimson buff for free.
But no, never mind. What's good about this is that See You Soon is already doing it on their side.
Yeah, there's a good counter invade coming out from See You Soon, but this would mean like that mid lane is left open, and now KK gets a freest first blood. See You Soon, their rotations is cut off. Peanut King, double kill coming out, and that rotation was so good, it will be a triple kill, and that's a huge advantage given to the hands of an Arlie. One real boy, he's the main key, he probably won't die here, but that's a lot of map advantage.
Oh no, that's 3 kills that you've given to an Arlie. Oh no, this is such a bad spot to be in, especially if you get or accelerate the items, get the Doomsday this early, especially for the Tyrant fight. This game is gonna be way harder for them. Look at that first blood. They just really went into See You Soon, pincered maneuvered them so that they won't be able to react against them.
Yeah, and this is why the rotations coming out from the Liang is so important, right? He was on the job of trying to get on Fable. So Fearless Esports, they actually orchestrated that. With Fable distracting that top side, they were able to invade into the Crimson jungle. And then they made sure that, yeah, you go for the counter invade. But if you go for the counter invade, where do you retreat from? Now it becomes a problem because they took control of the mid lane, and now Rampage on KK once again. This man is on a tear through. See You Soon. They have a lot to answer for, man.
4th kill of the game, and it's again on KK. This is such a big win. Giving him all this amount of gold is just gonna be really bad. 2k gold lead already, losing a bit of minions for Phoenix, really decelerating his power spike. This is not a good spot to be in. See You Soon needs to find a way to shut down KK and get that extra gold from him.
Phoenix, you might not want to stay here. The rest of the members are already here. There are 2 mage creeps who are able to tank up if they wish to dive. Fearless Esports right now, 3 members on the bottom side of the lane. No members of See You Soon are there. Mankey, he's near for support, but this turret will be lost right even before the armor goes down.
Yeah, and even on the mid lane, look at where Sky is. He might be able to find something here, but never mind, he's not gonna do so. And as we were saying here, Moment, he's gonna go for that tanky route.
Yeah, he definitely is gonna go for the tanky route. KK, ready, 3 minutes, 28 seconds, has that Doomsday. He's gonna be able to shred a lot of the members of See You Soon. This is going to be a mounting problem that he needs to be scared about. 3k already, almost double every single member of See You Soon.
Highest gold in the game. It's because of the 4 kills that he had here and a Doomsday this early. I think even one real boy is not gonna survive him.
Yeah, there's a potential that it's just gonna get bursted. There's enough lockdown. Now they do crash in, but unable to find the flash onto Sky, and that's what I was afraid about. Are you gonna commit? And now they committed. The rest of Fearless Esports are here. It will be punished. Peanut King and Ferlin, they do go down for that missing game.
What a smart in and out that they've done here. Sky was just baiting out reactions from the team, waiting for Ferlin to use his ultimate, and they really forced a flash out of them, and even Peanut King missed that truth mantra because he was baiting them out. What a play here from Sky.
They're outplaying them on all cylinders here, right? You can see that the rest of the team, they collapse onto mid lane, perfectly knowing that Sky is going to be getting engaged on because they knew, right? They had the map control. They can see the entire top lane. They can see the entire bottom lane.
Yeah, on all fronts. They have been doing this on all fronts, and it's so hard for See You Soon to do anything much here. They need to find it. Maybe Peanut King could be the answer.
Yeah, Fable able to flash away, but the counter engage is coming soon. Woodwind, he's around. Takumi behind as well. They have spotted where the Yuan is. Now, they are going to disengage. You're not going to get this turret. They're not going to defend it at all. They shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything here. Top side, any rotation on the top has been seen, has been cut off. They're even doing proxy here so that they wouldn't be able to have minions to help them move forward there. So See You Soon has been cut right off of any entrances for that top side. So this is going to be an easy push.
Yeah, they need to find the perfect dream roam into flash suppression and winters here, right? At least on 2 targets, and then that would secure them a win in the fight. That's the lineup that See You Soon has went for. But now, Fearless Esports, they are in the enemy jungle. Fable, he's able to tank it up, and Fable is not the target that you want. Dream Roam is found on Woodwind, but he has that unending sorrow. He can use it at any time still. And while all that is happening, Sky, he's on the bottom lane.
Remember, Furlan still has the flash here, so he could use it for this next fight. Once they catch KK, maybe that would be what they were looking for, even Yin. Just catch those two, and maybe you will be able to find the shutdowns that you need.
KK, the best farm laner in the entire league right now. If you can catch him, well, that's going to be a key moment of victory. But See You Soon, of course, they have a heavy-handed task in front of them. Fearless Esports, I feel that, well, with KK's playstyle, there's no way he's going to get caught. Fable, Yin, and Woodwind. If you take a look at the positioning, they're always in front of KK. And that's what I really love about Fearless Esports.
Yeah, it's still going to be a challenge once they catch that. But See You Soon, already in position. But Sky, in position to maybe get some vision for the team so that they can push. And See You Soon, we're forced to react here on the bot side. This could probably open the way here for the mid lane.
Yeah, they are pushing and pulling them as they please. Now, in the back line, they do get a suppression, but already unending sorrow has been found. Woodwind has played them like a fiddle, and the jump in coming through from Sky. Now, Fable following up with the damage. One real boy is down already, and KK is able to tear through. There's no more lockdown available. He is godlike as 3 members of See You Soon are down. 7 minutes into the game, they will get their tier 3. They might potentially try and end things here. They still have a catapult minion, but they have to worry about the truth mantra coming out from Peanut King. It's still on cooldown though. Luckily for them, they disengage.
Yeah, they back off. They don't want to take the fight. They're low on HP. They got the 3rd tier tower. That's already good for them. And maybe even get one for their troubles. And that is already 6 towers down on the other side. But let's take a look at the replay again. Look at what they did here on the backline. Nobody was able to react on the play that Furland has done. And that's why, look at the collapse. They were all scattered around, weren't looking at the right targets, which is why they lost that battle.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I feel that if you flash as Liang, you gotta expect your Princess Frost to flash with you. Now the Dream Roam, not gonna be able to get anything much. Now 2 members locked up and already in the board. This is a tear through from the side of Fearless Esports. This is a damage zone. KK is able to lay it down. Phoenix, the only one able to survive. Sky eventually goes down, but it does not matter. Damage has been done. Crystal is exposed, and Fearless Esports will take the series 2-0.
Almost the same time that they finished it. 30 more seconds, and it's the same time that they finished the first game. Fearless Esports just shows why they are the strongest team currently in the Wildcard King series, and they've shown it in this game, and nobody would be able to stop them at this point, maybe except for Pause Gaming in the next week.
Yeah, I feel that Fearless Esports right now, they have cemented themselves as the top seed, right? Taking down Impunity. The only one that can do it, as you said, is going to be Pause Gaming. So, yeah, we got to look forward to that. But speaking of today already, KK 903, the MVP of the game, well, rightly deserved, but his team did a great job of setting him up, right? Sky with the suppression baits, Fable with the invasions on the top lane and the proxy, and Woodwind just being alive, just being a menace with the unending sorrow.
Yeah, the game has been over ever since the first skill, right? Fearless Esports really just forced the members of See You Soon to do something that they're not really confident on. Try to go for the invade. It's not yet level 4 for that Princess Frost and Liang, so they are on a disadvantage, but they took that so that they can equalize the gold for Menki and the Hansen. But because they're really not strong in the early game, they just gave 3 free kills for KK, and that set the tone for the whole game.
Yeah, and if you take a look at See You Soon's draft, they're very ultimate dependent. because Suppression, Winter is here, Truth Mantra as well, and Fearless Esports, they really identified the timings extremely well, going for those fights level 1 to level 2. Before that level 4 was even up, the Suppression was not an answer. And when the Suppression became something that they need to worry about, the triple kill was already given to the side of KK, and suddenly, it just becomes a very hard battle. You can suppress, yes, but how fast can you suppress and kill the person without the damage needed before you go down to KK's damage?
Yeah, and also one of the things that I loved about what KK did is that he never showed his face ever to Leon. Ever. He wasn't even close at getting close to any of their crowd controls, and that's very smart because once he dies, that's a big chunk of a shutdown goal that could actually turn the game around. But that's why KK is the MVP of this game. 9-0-2. Didn't even die once this game with a 28% damage dealt and a total gold of 28%.
This guy, mechanically, I just feel, yeah, he's just so good. And really, yeah, the top seed going up against See You Soon, I just hope that See You Soon doesn't take it too personally. It's still going up against one of the top juggernauts, right, of the entire league so far. So see you soon. I guess we'll see you guys soon. But for Fearless Esports, they've done an extremely great job. And I feel that, yeah, they deserve this #1 placing in the WKS.
5-0 is already a good placement, to be honest. If they continue with the momentum, this would really one more game, and I'm pretty sure they're already cemented to go for the playoffs. So one more win, and this could be enough amount of points to make sure that they're gonna be #1 or #2 for the whole regular season.
Yeah, there's 2 more games that they still have to play, which is going to be against Ultra Rare Esports and Pause Gaming for the likes of Fearless Esports. And yeah, Pause Gaming is going to be on June 1st, right? It's going to be the last day of the series. So that's going to be exciting. And now for the Ultra Rare, they're going to go up against them tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting as well, because Ultra Rare, I feel they're still kind of an unknown territory, but they lost to Pause Gaming. So I feel that, yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports, if we're going with the rock, paper, scissors route, they're gonna win. They're gonna win.
Yeah, calculations wise, they really just need to win the game tomorrow, and they're already set for life here on the regular season. So that's the most important thing here for Fearless Esports. That would cement themselves here. But look at the highlights here again, everyone. This was the first fight. When this was lost, the game was lost. KK got a triple kill on this one, and that was the game. Fearless Esports just dominated the whole time.
Yeah, and while all that was happening, Yin was on the bottom lane, making sure that Phoenix could not get that rotation in, right? Applying that pressure, that board was used to set up so perfectly. Once you are in that board, with that amount of lead, there's no way you're getting out. And look at this board, right? Once again, as long as there's a board there, KK can deal the damage. Doesn't matter. Hansin on Sky can go in as he wills. And with the turret gone, you're just not long for life.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be very important here, but I really want to see that See You Soon really learn something from this. Because from what we're seeing here, just looking at the ban and pick, they have the right idea. They have the right idea on what they want to do. The only problem is they were just dealing with Fearless Esports. But this could really help them learn what they could do next. But let's take a look at the standings again. And this is what we were saying a while ago. Look at the points here for Fearless. They already have 10, and Pause Gaming is on 6. The most important thing to do here is just to win all games and not lose against the others. Because if ever Pause Gaming and Impunity Esports would fight and one of them loses, or if Impunity loses, Pause and Fearless are already set to go for the playoffs. So that's the most important fight that I want to see.
Yeah, and Impunity Esports, what does this mean for them, right? For them, they need to win against Pause Gaming. If they do win against Pause Gaming, they actually win that head-to-head and they will secure that number 2 spot. So that's going to be important as well. And this match will be on the 30th of May. So that's going to secure the top 1 and 2. Now, if looking at the bottom side, See You Soon and Pro Esports, they are in a lot of threat, but this is going to be very interesting, right? Who is going to be that number 6 team to make it through? Because we have not seen a Cambodia versus Cambodia matchup, but we will see it tomorrow. So tomorrow, we have Pro Esports going up against See You Soon. Now, this is going to determine who's actually the strongest of this Cambodian region.
Yeah, we want to know who's going to be getting their first dub. They need to get their first dub here for any one of them. I mean, Team Max already got their 1-game win against Ultra Rare Esports, but not a series win. So it's still, that's the reason why it's still negative for them. But there's still a chance that 6th and 7th place could be anyone's for these 3 Cambodian teams.
And at the end of this, they are still fighting for placements in that playoff bracket, right? Top 2 teams, they get instantly into playoffs. And the middle 4 teams, we're talking about number 3rd position to number 6th position, they will be able to go into the play-in stage. Of course, number 7 and 8, you will no longer see them in the league. They all will not be going to the playoff stage.
Yeah, and again, that was a really nice thing that we've seen there. What a great day for all of us. And again, another full 3 series on that second game from the last time I've casted. I think that was also the same case. But this time, I mean, it was a 2-0 for both the Fearless Esports and even for Impunity Gaming for today. And that was honestly such a nice day for me to see that we were seeing these teams just really grow from all the games that we've seen.
Yeah, and for tomorrow as well, right? We're going to see the Cambodian matchup finally. Pro Esports versus See You Soon. So, of course, we'll be having the same stream at the same time tomorrow. It'll be 2 of us, Moman and Dash, once again. And, of course, we will have Ultra Rare Esports going up against Fearless Esports, right? This is the game that Fearless Esports really need to take home, really need to take the dub to just cement themselves as number 1. Because the last one, they will be going up against Pause Gaming. That's not tomorrow, but tomorrow, Pause Gaming will be going up against Team Max. And Pause Gaming also needs W's to secure that top 2.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be important for them to secure that. But again, everybody, that was a nice game. I want to see a lot more for tomorrow's matches. We're going to be the same casters that you'll have for tomorrow's game. I was Dash and I was here with Moment. See you guys tomorrow for more matches in the Wildcard King series.